For your safety and security, we deem it necessary to tell you the protocols as regards the use of this hall, so that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. However, before I go further, if there's a need for you to use the convenience, it is very easy to locate. We have two convenience in this premises. One, if you are using this particular entrance door, you just need to turn to the left. As you proceed further, you see the entrance to the convenience. Two doors are there. The one to the left-hand side is for the female convenience, while the door to the right-hand side is for the male convenience. But if you are using the doors at the back there, you just walk straight. There's a convenience opposite those doors there. As you get there, the same thing. To the left is for the female, while to the right is for the male convenience. Aside that, today is not scheduled for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for 5 to 10 seconds or beyond that, that suggests the assaulting might have gone wrong somewhere or is a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please do not panic. Be calm, because we have emergency response team members on standby to do the needful should something go contrary to our expectation. Should evacuation becomes necessary, we have two assembly points. One, you just walk out through any of the main entrance door, just go straight, it will take you to the exit doors. There are 4. Just pass through any, turn to the left, you see the muster point where you are expected to assemble based on your group. If assembly there will not be possible for whatsoever reason, we have exit doors, as you can see to the right-hand side. There are 6. Pass through any, turn to the left, you see directional signages that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then on the security aspect, we all know that this is a public place, though it's a controlled environment. It is therefore very, very important that your personal valuable belongings, more especially a mobile phone, should not be left unattended. Should you have a cause to leave where you are seated, maybe going to the convenience, tea break, lunch, or whatsoever your justification, please make sure that all these, your personal belongings, are not left unattended, so that from beginning to the end of the program, we will not have complaint of either loss, damage, or misplacement of any item. Just like other organizations, Abuja Continental Hotel will not be liable for any. So let us be guarded. We pray that there is no medical emergency, but should there be any, we have a hospital just 5 minutes away from this place, though we have emergency response members within this place to do the needful. But anything outside our control, we refer you there for proper medical attention. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, Safety Officer of the Abuja Continental. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement here. The channels you'll be listening to for the translations, for channel 1, it's English. Channel 2 is for French. Channel 3 for Chinese. And channel 4 for Arabic. Once again, the channels: English, channel 1, French, channel 2, Chinese, channel 3, and Arabic, channel 4. Let me also quickly appeal to you all that the headphones and headsets are not part of the gift items or the bags. So we'd like to appeal to you to please leave them on the seats as you exit. They are not part of the gifts for this event. Thank you very much. And speaking of translations, we also have the sign language translations, and the team for the sign language, Abdul Qadir MB Umar is leading the team. We also have Olayinka Hannah Adetunji Emmanuel. That's for the sign language. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Your Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, represented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinated Minister of the Economy, Prince Wali Edun. Your Excellencies, governors present and their representatives, Your Excellencies, Our distinguished chairman of this occasion, His Excellency Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State, members of the National Assembly, distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers here present, our keynote speaker, ambassadors and high commissioners, captains of industry, domestic and foreign participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this auspicious event. My name is Cyril Stover, and I have with me my brother and colleague who will be assisting me in bringing to you the finer details of this program. Muhammad Kudu Abubakar is here with us. It began as a rather simple conversation, at the end of which a seed had been sown, and gradually it began to take roots. Which way northern Nigeria? With its huge resources, particularly in land and minerals, what would it take to reposition the North? The Northern Elders Forum, a respected body of leaders of thought, was going to meet and chart a roadmap for the region, and so it was expedient for the Northern Nigeria Economic Agenda initiative to key in. Now this, in brief, is why we are gathered here today. Muhammad Kudu Abubakar.
Yes, indeed, Cyril. As a respected and assembly of thought and influences, the Northern Elders Forum has positioned itself to chart a roadmap for Northern Nigeria's economic revival. The Northern Nigeria's Investment Summit and Industrialization 2025, therefore, seeks to unlock the Northern Nigeria's mining, agriculture, and power potentials through a roadmap that will be inclusive growth and industrialization by 2025, with the aims of 1, reigniting the region's industrialization drive, 2, attract investments into the mining, agriculture, and power sectors and other related industries, and 3, build capacity for Northern Nigeria's youth population, 4, promote policies and partnerships that ensure security, innovation, and inclusive development. This summit, therefore, seeks to provide a shared vision and actionable strategies for repositioning Northern Nigeria within Nigeria's broader diversification agenda and Africa's industrial trajectory.
My colleague and brother, Muhammad Kudu Abubakar, and I are highly honored to have the privilege of anchoring this august occasion and to share the glorious moment with you all in ushering such an unprecedented platform for the participation of both Nigerians and our esteemed foreign guests in the development of the North, and by extension, the rest of Nigeria. In opening the doors, I am to reiterate that the two-day occasion is not a political event in any form. Rather, it is an economic quest long overdue. The maiden edition of the Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit 2025 is a clarion call to all well-meaning Nigerians, both leadership and led, with a good conscience to rescue the region from its challenges by joining efforts to address its development deficit, which have proven pretty challenging to a near point of becoming an existential threat. However, it is in our indomitable spirit not to be vanquished by challenges, and through this onerous event, we can see a reawakening, the determination to focus on the region's natural given resources in the mining, agricultural, and power sectors is just the beginning, and we will, in the summit's projected period of 10 years, see more developmental agenda beyond the imagined. It therefore gives me pleasure to bring onto the podium our father, uncle, and leader, and the convener of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Ango Abdullahi, to deliver his welcome address. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate as we invite the convener to deliver his opening address. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, equally represented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Your Excellency, the Vice President, equally represented, the President of the Senate, the Speaker of House of Representatives, who is here present, Your Excellencies, the Governors of the Northern States and the Federal Republic, Honorable Ministers of the Federal Republic, our keynote speaker, ambassadors and high commissioners, captives of industry, development partners, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I stand to represent our esteemed convener, who is supposed to have been here, but as things will happen, is not available, and he has asked me to read his speech. My name is Air Marshal Al-Amin Dagash, retired. It is my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to the maiden edition of the Northern Nigerian Investment and Industrialization Summit 2025, organized under the leadership of the Northern Elders Forum. This historic gathering is not political, neither is it ceremonial. It is a mission of prosperity, a rally call to action, and a decisive step towards building a sustainable economic future for Northern Nigeria. The theme of this year's summit is Unlocking Northern Nigeria's Mining, Agriculture, and Power Potentials, which we briefly say MAP25. It is not just a theme, it is a 10-year blueprint for transformation to the year 2035. It is a framework designed to reposition Northern Nigeria as a hub of innovation, industrialization, and inclusive growth. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the backbone of northern Nigeria's economy from colonial times through the early years of independence was agriculture and an extensive network of rail lines which facilitated the movement of groundnuts, cotton, hides and skins, solid minerals to the coastal states, predominantly Lagos, for exports. That legacy demonstrates two enduring realities. The North has always been the engine room of Nigeria's productive economy. Our challenge has always been infrastructure to link our vast resources to market. Today, those realities remain unchanged. Northern Nigeria is blessed with abundant mineral wealth, fertile land, and vibrant human capital. But without modern infrastructure, railways, roads, power, and storage, the full value of these resources cannot be realized. This explains the growing preoccupation of government agencies and stakeholders with exploiting our region's tremendous mineral resources, yet, as elders, we must stress, without corresponding infrastructure, these efforts will remain suboptimal. We as elders strongly believe that for government policies to deliver meaningful impact, there must be deliberate commitment to the mining sector and its related services. Imagine the multiplier effect: industrial growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and renewed prosperity for our people if mining is properly harnessed, linked to value chains, and supported by strong infrastructure. It is also pertinent to bring to the fore the issue of project financing. We must express our continuous concern that unless government and financial sector review their policies, businesses based in northern Nigeria will remain disadvantaged. The current practice where entrepreneurs can only access substantial credit if they hold properties in Lagos or Port Harcourt is unjust and exclusionary. If this persists, it effectively excludes northern entrepreneurs from full participation in the Nigerian economy, despite the fact that their assets, which is lands, farms, mines, and enterprises, hold enormous value. Therefore, we demand the urgent review of the following extant policies. Policy review on collaterals, that government and financial institutions should adopt policies northern-based businesses to qualify for credit facilities using their northern assets as collateral. Inclusive assets for landowners, that landowners and communities in the north be granted equitable access and priority in mining opportunities, so that the very people on whose land these resources lie can directly participate in the prosperity they generate. We are home to over 160 million people, including nearly 90 million youth, which is Nigeria's largest demographic bloc. We hold 75% of Nigeria's arable land, making us the nation's food basket. We are richly endowed with over 44 solid minerals, including gold, lithium, uranium, coal, oil, and gas. Harnessing these resources is not just about regional growth, it is about national stability, industrialization, and global competitiveness. Through this summit, we aim to reignite industrialization across northern Nigeria, attract investments into mining, agriculture, power, and allied industries. We hope to unlock opportunities for youth employment and entrepreneurship, strengthen peace and security through exclusive development, promote public-private partnership to accelerate infrastructure development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we cannot delay any further. The resources are here, the people are ready, and the time is now. Let us be clear. If the North rises, Nigeria rises. If Nigeria rises, Africa rises. This summit marks the beginning of a decade-long journey. The North must walk it with determination, unity, and vision. On behalf of the Northern Elders Forum, I welcome you once again to this historic summit. May our deliberation today ignite the spirit of innovation and lay the foundation for a prosperous Northern Nigeria under the map 2025. Thank you very much. Signed, Abdul Abdullah.
Thank you so very much, Air Marshal Alamin Dagash, sitting in for the convener, Professor Angu Abdullahi, who is unable to be with us here today. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of speakers at this event, and we'll kickstart the goodwill messages by, first of all, taking a brief message from our chairman of today's event, and join me in warmly welcoming to the podium His Excellency Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State, who is also chairing the Northwest Governors Forum. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. Thank you.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President and Commander His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President and Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Honorable Minister of Finance, His Excellency the Vice President, also represented by the Deputy Chief of Staff, Excellencies, my colleagues that are here with us, Honorable Ministers, former Senate President, Captain of Industries, the convener of this important forum, our father, Professor Anga Abdullahi, who is also represented, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders of the Northern Elders Forum, esteemed Captain of Industries, our revered traditional rulers, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound sense of optimism that I'm here today at this pivotal summit. I commend the Northern Elders Forum for its consistent commitment to the progress of our region. By convening this gathering under the theme, Unlocking Strategic Opportunities, you have once again demonstrated a clear eye focus on collective future. The choice of sectors, mining, agriculture, and power is not accidental. It is a strategic diagnosis of the core pillars upon which the prosperity of northern Nigeria must be built. In Zamfara, we are actually aware of the paradox we face as a region. A land blessed with immense mineral wealth and vast arable land, yet our people have not fully reaped the dividends of these endowments. The question before us as leaders is not what needs to be done, but how we must collectively act to transform potentials into prosperity. To attract investment, we also desperately need and to industrialize our region for the benefit of the entire nation, we must move beyond rhetorics and embrace a new paradigm of collective and collaborative action. Firstly, we must collectively secure people and investments. Security is the fundamental prerequisite for any meaningful development. Investors, both domestic and international, are not philanthropists. They are realists. They will not commit capital where it is not safe. We as leaders across the 19 northern states must deepen our collaboration beyond politics. We must integrate our security architectures, share intelligence in real time, and foster greater community policing to create a secure and predictable environment. A safe north is a bankable north. Secondly, we must harmonize and simplify our policies. The current landscape where investment policies and regulatory frameworks differ and sometimes conflict from one another create confusion and discourage large-scale regional investment. We must work towards a One North investment policy. This will include harmonized land administration, streamlined approvals for mining as well as agriculture, and a uniform tax incentive for strategic sectors. By presenting a united, predictable, as well as business-friendly front, we become more attractive destinations than any single state could eat if it is done alone. In line with the objective, I propose that Northern State Governors Forum to constitute a committee of our state investment promotion agencies to draft a unified investment policy as well as a regulatory framework which would be submitted to the NSGF Secretariat for review as well as ratification. Thirdly, we must commit to building enabling infrastructure, particularly in the area of power. No nation or region has ever industrialized with generators. The power sector is the engine room for industrialization. Taking advantage of Electricity Act 2023, we must pull our resources and political will to develop a northern power strategy. This involves not just connecting to the national grid, but aggressively investing in embedded generating from solar, hydro, as well as gas to create industrial clusters with dedicated, reliable power. In Zamfara, we have empowered the Zamfara Electricity Agency to explore partnership for solar power plants to service our agricultural processing zones as well as mining operations. This is a model we can scale regionally. Still in Zamfara, our commitment is very clear. We are moving from a past of informality and illegality in the mining sector to a regime of formalization, regulation, as well as value addition. We are revitalizing the agricultural sector through the promotion of mechanization, agro-processing, and access to credit, which is critical. And we are creating the secure and stable environment that is the bedrock of it all. But our success in Zamfara is intrinsically linked to excesses for the entire region. Our fortunes are intertwined. But our success is a collective one. Therefore, my call to action today is for Northern Nigerian Economic Compact, a blending commitment among the 19 northern states. Speak with one voice on security and economic matters, create a single window for major investors looking to do business across the region, co-invest in critical infrastructure like power, rail, and fiber optics that connect our states. By so doing, we will not only be unlocking the strategic opportunities in mining, agriculture, and power, we will be unlocking the immense potential of our people. We will create jobs for our youth, create wealth for our people, and contribute meaningfully to the food security as well as economic resilience of our nation, Nigeria. Let this summit be remembered, not just for brilliant ideas shared, but for the concrete action we all commit together. Gentlemen and my colleagues, as well as the conveners of this program, it is high time we should move away from this kind of rhetorics and make it a reality. The future of our people and generation yet unborn will not forgive us. It's an opportunity that we have, and we must act quickly. Time is of essence in everything that we do, and I hope and pray this should be the beginning of the fortunes of northern Nigeria. Before I leave, I also want to advise our people. And anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, and I made it very clear, two things we must do. We should be very, very visible in the financial sector. That's one. Two, the media. These are critical enablers if truly we want to move as a region, without which we will not be anywhere. Gentlemen, I thank you for listening, and I wish you a very successful deliberation. Thank you for the opportunity.
Please, another round of applause for His Excellency, the Zamfara State Governor. Before we call on another goodwill message, let me very warmly and appreciate the presence of the representative of the Executive Governor of Bauchi State in the person of the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Aminu Hamayo. He is here, and I'm told he is on the second row. We wish to please urge him to come over to the seat meant for His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Aminu Hamayo. Your Excellency, Dr. Aminu Hamayo, please come over to the front seat. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes. It's now my privilege to call on His Excellency Comrade Yakubu Garba, Deputy Governor of Niger State, for his goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him.
Use my phone. No need. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. His Excellency the President of Nigeria, our father, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of Economy, His Excellency the Governor of Zamfara State, the Honorable Minister's presence, the Chief of Staff. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I have a speech to read on behalf of my principal, but because of lack of time, I'm just going to give a remark. First, let me sincerely, on behalf of His Excellency, appreciate and congratulate the organizers of this very summit. I believe this summit is one among many the best, because it's coming at a time that we, the northern Nigerians, need to look inward and see how we can reinvigorate our economy transformation. It is not a rumor or a story for one to deny that from 1966, when we got our independence, all what it takes to revamp economy is here with us, is there with us in northern Nigeria. If we are talking about landmass, we have it. If you are talking about issue of climate, our climate is one of the most favorable climate, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa. If you are talking about issue of water, we have abundant water. If you are talking about issue of sunlight, we have it. If you are talking about issue of mineral resources, we have it. So all what it takes for us to be economical prosperity, we have it in northern Nigeria. But the practical result is not there. So the need for us to come together to see how we can improve our economy through agriculture, through power, and mining cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, we thank the organizers who will listen to the paper presentation
And at the end of it, we will have something to take away that will help us and help our governments in doing the needful for our people and the region as a whole. Thank you most sincerely.
Please let's appreciate the Deputy Governor of Niger State again. The next representative of the executive governors is that of Borno State. Let me warmly welcome His Excellency Umar Usman Kadafu, Deputy Governor of Borno State, representing Professor Zulum, the executive governor. Please put your hands together for him.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم. His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of Economy, His Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, the COAN, represented by the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Zamfara State, my colleague, Deputy Governor of Niger State, other representative of governors here present, Minister of Budget, my boss, convener of this program, ably represented by Air Marshal Dagash, former Senate President, Senator Saraki, captains of industries, invited guests, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, Assalamu alaikum. I'm here representing my governor, Engineer Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, the Executive Governor of Borno State. And I will read his speech, which is a brief one. It gives me a great pleasure to convey my warm facilitation to the organizers, participants, and distinguished guests gathered here at the Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit, MAP 2025, holding at the prestigious Ladiko Ali Hall Continental Hotel, Abuja. The theme of this summit, Unlocking strategic opportunities in mining, agriculture, and power, could not have come at a more opportune moment. It resonates deeply the urgent need to reposition northern Nigeria as a hub for sustainable growth and inclusive development. These three sectors, mining, agriculture, and power, are not only critical pillars of our regional and national economy, but also hold the key to job creation, poverty alleviation, and industrial transformation. This gathering offers a unique platform to harness the weight of ideas, expertise, and partnership that can propel our region into a new era of prosperity. It is my conviction that with the shared vision, commitment, and resilience of our leaders, investors, and entrepreneurs, and development partners, Northern Nigeria will unlock its immense potential and contribute meaningfully to national development. I commend the organizers of this laudable summit for their foresight and dedication. And I encourage all to participate, or all participants to engage constructively, explore innovative models, and forge strategic alliance that would outlive this occasion. On this note, I extend my goodwill prayers and best wishes for fruitful deliberations and successful outcomes of MAP 2025. May this summit mark the beginning of new opportunities for Northern Nigeria and indeed the entire nation. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
Please put your hands together again for the Deputy Governor of Borno State. Let me also warmly welcome the following team leads for investor groups from Turkey, from Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Denmark, and the Association of the Sahel States. There are also representatives from the government of Sierra Leone, Portugal, and Bangladesh. Please put your hands together for all these delegations. May I therefore warmly welcome to the podium for his goodwill message, Dr. Yaqub Muhammad Al-Sawi from the Saudi Nigeria Business Council. Please put your hands together for him.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، صلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أقف بينكم اليوم زائراً ومشاركاً من المملكة العربية السعودية، من مهبط الوحي في هذا اللقاء الذي يجمعنا على أرضية مشتركة من الصداقة والاحترام، الاحترام المتبادل، ومن الرغبة الصادقة في دفع العلاقات بين بلدينا إلى آفاق أرحب. لقد جمعت المملكة العربية السعودية وجمهورية نيجيريا علاقات تاريخية راسخة قائمة على التعاون والتقدير، ويأتي هذا المعرض امتداداً لتلك الروابط ووسيلة لتعزيز الشراكة الاقتصادية والاستثمارية بما يخدم تطلعات قياداتنا وشعوبنا. إننا في مجلس الأعمال الكامل ببناء الآفاق والعلاقات التي تقوم على المنفعة المتبادلة والاستثمار المسؤول والشراكة طويلة المدى. وفي الختام أجدد الشكر لجميع الحضور على حضورهم الكريم ولجميع الأعضاء المشاركين على جهودهم، سائلا المولى سبحانه وتعالى أن يبارك هذه الخطوات وأن يجعلها بداية مرحلة جديدة من التعاون المثمر بين بلدينا. وأشكر حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية ممثلة في خادم الحرمين الشريفين وولي عهده الأمين على ما قدموا وبذلوا وأعطوا وخدموا وسهلوا. نسأل الله عز وجل أن يبارك في الجهود، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Yaqub Mohammed Al-Chawi of the Saudi Nigerian Business Council from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. Once again, let me quickly refresh your minds on the translation channels. English is for channel 1, French channel 2, Chinese channel 3, and Arabic channel 4. Just a quick reminder, Arabic is channel 4, Chinese is channel 3, French is channel 2, and English is channel 1. And now, in continuation of the goodwills, may we invite for a brief message the representative of the Nasima president. Let me invite Alhaji Ahmad Rabiu, National Vice President, Middle East and North Africa, to now come and speak on behalf of the president of Nasima. Just a brief message. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Adopting the protocol that has been properly laid, I have a brief message from the Nasima national president, who had done everything to be with us this morning. Regrettably, he has a conflicting engagement for which he had made an earlier commitment and which he anchors directly. It's a goodwill message by Engineer Jani Ibrahim, the national president of Nasima and chairman of the organized private sector in Nigeria, the voice of the business community in Nigeria, to the Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit 2025, NNIIS 2025, themed Unlocking Strategic Opportunities in Mining, Agriculture, and Power. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now whatever I say, it is Engineer Jani speaking. On behalf of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, Nasima, I am delighted to deliver this goodwill message at the Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit 2025. Permit me to commend the organizers for convening this timely and strategic gathering with its focus on unlocking opportunities in mining, agriculture, and power sectors that are not only critical to the transformation of Northern Nigeria, but also to the attainment of Nigeria's broader economic operations. For me, this occasion is particularly nostalgic. 17 years ago, almost the day, and in this very venue, we had the privilege of organizing the first Northern Nigeria Economic and Investment Summit we tagged as NICE 2008, which brought together leaders, policymakers, and investors with the distinguished former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shaukat Aziz, as our keynote speaker. That summit sought to chart a bold course for the economic transformation of Northern Nigeria. It calls for a lot of deep introspection that 17 years after, this summit is not about building on the momentum of the past, but rather it is on how to make things work. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit could not be more apt. Mining, agriculture, and power represent the most solid pillars upon which economic renaissance of northern Nigeria must rest. With its vast mineral deposits, fertile agricultural land, and untapped renewable energy resources, the North holds enormous promise, not only for itself, but also for Nigeria's journey towards becoming a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. However, unlocking these opportunities requires more than vision. It demands leadership and commitment at subnational levels. Therefore, I wish to passionately appeal to our state governors and local government chairmen in northern Nigeria to adopt a more development-focused approach to governance. Strategic policies, transparent investment frameworks, and deliberate partnerships with the private sector are essential to transform latent potential into real prosperity for our people. I will further like to recommend the following to the subnational governments in northern Nigeria. Number one, policy reforms and enabling environment. Recommend that they should adopt transparent, investor-friendly policies, streamline regulatory processes, and guarantee security of lives and property to make northern Nigeria an attractive destination for both local and international investors. Number two, infrastructure and industrial clusters. Prioritize investment in critical infrastructure such as roads, rail, power supply, and industrial parks, especially around mining belts and agricultural zones, to unlock value chains and attract private sector participation. Number three, education and skills development. The future of northern Nigeria lies in the hands of our very vibrant young ones who make up more than 70% of the country's population. The quality of their education and skills, the quality of the education and skills we give them today will have consequences for our future. I appeal to the subnational government to work with the chambers of commerce, industry associations, and investors to build the capacity of the local workforce and give them the ability to make a difference in the future. At the voice of business in Nigeria, NASIMA stands ready to partner with northern states and northern state governments and local governments to mobilize investments, foster public and private partnerships, and strengthen value chain in mining, agriculture, and power. Together, we can transform the North into a hub of sustainable industrialization and industrial inclusive growth. I wish the summit fruitful deliberations and outcomes that will translate into practical projects, jobs, prosperity for the people of northern Nigeria and beyond. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so very much, Vice President Nasima. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is yet another of those messages, and this time may I call on the Chairman, CEO of the NNDC, that's the New Nigerian Development Company, Ajian Katsina Lamis Diku. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to the microphone. Thank you so very much.
Cyril, I'm chairman, not CEO. I don't get the salary. So, Your Excellency, the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister for the Economy, I want to align with the need to save time and therefore, after this, stand on all established protocols. So first of all, let me start by thanking the Northern Elders Forum for organizing this seminal event. And I said to myself, it is very, very important that it is the Northern Elders Forum that is calling us to plan for the future by thinking in the future, not thinking in the past, not using the variables of the past to think. And I think this is very, very important. By convening this summit of policymakers, investors, technologies, and communities, you have indeed created a platform for our present moment. And our present moment is the really rapid change in the way we live as a result of rapid changes in technology. There's often a line attributed to Einstein which says that doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting different results makes no sense. For Northern Nigeria, that means we have to change our method. If we intend to bend our poverty curve and become a socio-economic powerhouse, we must adopt a digital-first paradigm, embedding digital infrastructure, technology, data, and artificial intelligence in every initiative we do, whether it's in the farm or factories, schools or clinics, market or ministries, church or mosque. It is imperative that we treat broadband like we treat roads. We treat data like we see oil, and power like oxygen. Because without reliable connectivity and electricity, plants will stall. But with electricity and power, with power and connectivity, especially with cloud, cybersecurity, tools like AI, productivity, transparency, and inclusion will multiply. And this is not about gadgets. It's about growth, governance, and dignity. So I think it's time we address our minds to those challenges. And I'm glad that I again want to say the Northern Elders Forum that is putting us on that path. Finally, I just want to say that our choice is very stark, very clear. We either innovate or we stagnate. The North had the scale, the youth, the resources, and the will. What we need is the method. And that method is really the technology, the digital path. In everything we build and fund. Let us change that method. Let us change the outcome. And NNDC stands ready to partner with every state government, every investor, every operator, and especially the universities, who we think also should go and start recalibrating their curriculum to reflect the day in which we live. Most universities in Europe are now changing their courses to reflect the world of AI. And we should lead that process also here. So I pray that this summit will help us deliver a Northern Nigeria that is industrialized, inclusive, innovative, and future-ready. Thank you very much. God bless Northern Nigeria, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for the chairman of the NNDC, Ajian Katsina Alhaji Lamis Shehu Deku. If you have the program, you will see that we are rounding off the Goodwill messages. But before then, we wish to announce that the charter signing is shifted, it's going to be shifted a little further down in the program. The official announcement and signing of the Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter with the Copenhagen handover to the NEF is shifted to later. So very soon after this very last Goodwill message, we will be going into the presentations of papers 1 and 2. It's slated the future of Northern Regional Infrastructure and the paper on electrifying Northern Nigeria 2025 to 2035. But now it's my privilege and honor to call on His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning, for his Goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him.
The representative of Mr. President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, my brother Wale Edun, Coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, the chairman of the occasion, and His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Zamfara State, Dr. Dauda Lawal, and the representative of Professor Ango Abdullahi, representative of the Vice President, other excellencies that are here, my boss, Alhaji Mohammed Ayatuddin, and indeed all other participants in this summit. Good morning. Let me also join in appreciating, the representative of the Vice President, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja. Let me join the previous speakers in appreciating the Northern Elders Forum for, in the words of Ajian Katsina, for making us think about the future. And certainly, when you talk about elders, they have the standing to help us think about the future. And especially convening under the auspices of Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit. And when Northern Nigeria is used, it evokes history. And certainly history is important. And Northern Nigeria is a geographical entity within the larger Nigerian state. And it consists of diversities that hold different promises and potentials, including, of course, and most importantly, 19 state governments and federal capital territory, as well as over 400 local governments. And these are all decision-making units, from planning, from budgets, from administration. So the Northern Nigeria offers a broad spectrum that can provide the opportunity for different investors. Equally, our Constitution, particularly Section 16 of the Constitution, in the economic objectives of our federation, define that we should plan and create an economy that works for all. And we, in this sense, means all those in authority, president, governors, chairmen of local government, are supposed to work together. So it is recognized constitutionally that each part of Nigeria is important to the prosperity of the country. Equally, following from that, in the year 2020, among several historic attempts, we had an Agenda 2050, which was developed, a perspective plan for 30 years, which was developed for the whole country by a combination of private, public sector, civil society, and a broad spectrum of society. And that Agenda 2050 speaks to most of the issues that were raised here, speak with programs that can deliver prosperity to all parts of Nigeria. It is envisaged that that perspective plan was to be implemented by 6 5-year development plans. We had 2021 to 2025 that is just finishing. And this summit is taking place when we are just working on the 2026-2030. And I happen to, my ministry, the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, happens to be the ministry that is coordinating that effort. So for me, I believe it comes at a very pivotal moment, because two of the things we are doing, which follows from the campaign promises President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised, that in conceiving the Renewed Hope agenda, let us not go back to the past. Blame game will not take us anywhere, but let us recognize that we are not where we want to be, and to get to where we want to be, we have to make choices, bold, courageous, pleasant, unpleasant, but those choices that can put us on a pedestal that will take us to where we want to be. And thus, the 2026-2030 development plan is a moment to incorporate some of the some of the results that will come from this summit. In particular, we are doing two things differently. We, the state governors and Mr. President and the Vice President, bear the instrument, will form the bedrock of planning by states, aggregated by local governments, from the ward to the local government to the states, and then aggregated at the national level. And so this is a good moment to have people who represent different areas in the north to pay attention to when that economic mapping is taking place, so that, because it's a whole of society effort, so that they can ensure that that mapping include those things that they believe the regions or the areas of interest are captured in that economic mapping, which we will utilize over the next 5 years in ensuring that even our federal budget reflects that endogenous bottom-up mapping that will ensure that there is deliberate attempt to include every part of the country. There is deliberate attempt to support each and every part of Nigeria to do better with the economic potentials that they have. So that is, I believe, this comes at a good moment. Of course, because the coordinating minister is going to speak, and I'm sure he will say more on what we have done as administration, and I don't want to preempt him, but there are many things that have been done. The whole of the totality of the Renewed Hope agenda was to remove distortions that will ensure that when, among other leaders of northern Nigeria or any part of Nigeria meet with investors, those distortions that used to be a bar to investment have been dealt away with. A lot of institutional realignment was done to draw attention to the importance of different sectors that can contribute to prosperity, particularly in the north. Among others, Ministry of Livestock, the creation of Blue and Maritime Economy, Ministry of Creative Economy and Tourism, separation of the Ministry of Steel and Development with the solid minerals, actually even the recognition that the agricultural ministry should also include food security and food sovereignty, and both have an investment element to it. as well as mortgage development plan. We have done the crude for Naira policy, which to some people may not appreciate how important that is. As we speak, there's a current fire raging in the country, and this summit might well take note of it, because one of the biggest investment by an individual anywhere in African continent is being threatened by misunderstanding with labor unions. That is why Alhaji Aliko Dangote is not here. And that goes to not only the North, but to Nigeria. And the chairman of the occasion have said that investors are not philanthropists, and the world not. So if somebody has put over $20 billion in Nigeria, and that investment is being threatened, you might as well forget about going to market other investors and see they will hesitate. That's why we have to appreciate the boldness with which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu say Dangote refinery and other refineries must work, including selling to them crude oil. That is as far as it can go in terms of profoundness of the mindset of our leader and his willingness and ability to take on challenges and to ensure that the private sector works. Some of the most specific issues that the administration is dealing with are, and I mentioned earlier, infrastructure. The renewed hope infrastructure mechanism is designed to crowd in resources from the private sector so that we can take on historic missed opportunities in roads, in rail, in dams and irrigation, in clean energy, so that there will be cheaper, clean energy everywhere in Nigeria. And even our budgets have shown significant increase in funding in these areas: agriculture, water resources, solid minerals, light rail for Kaduna and Kano. But the totality of all these are not enough. I recall one day attending a meeting of the Northern Governors Forum when I was a governor, and together with the Northern Traditional Rulers, and the current, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima was the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum then. And among the presentations that day was a presentation by the Northern Elders Forum, Saudana Foundation, and a lady who was commissioned by DPID of the UK to study why is it that private equity are not investing in northern Nigeria. And she was given the opportunity that what better forum. And among the things she said was she noticed a lot of governors going to market investors abroad. They should stop. That marketing investors require skill set. And with due respect, those skill sets can be developed by the governors. It's not that they don't have young ones that can understand the language of investors so that they can, because some do not even know that the majority of the wealth fund is controlled by sovereign wealth funds, private equity, and they need special skill set. And two, and I'm sorry, I'm very, very sorry if I speak too long. Maybe you can stop me, because these are, I just felt those are things I should share. And two, particularly for the things that northern Nigeria, what are those things that northern Nigeria, to the extent that it exists, because state creation have dealt away with northern Nigeria, please, with due respect. Governors are supposed to think legally and lawfully for their states. But certainly there are some things that affect the region. Trade policy can have a distortionary effect on North. but more than other parts of the country. So it's good to highlight it. The consequences of climate change are investment opportunities that maybe forums like this can bring attention to. The most remarkable one, for example, is Lake Chad, a lake that was once a freshwater body almost as big as the Caspian Sea, about 400,000 square kilometers, but now under 2,000. And what is it? It's a function of underinvestment. And President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is ready to take on those tough investment drives, as he has demonstrated by all the effort in the last 2.5 years. And we are available to work with governors from any part of Nigeria so that these investment requirements, this opportunity, because part of the opportunity that Nigeria as a whole presents to the world is that maybe as we speak now, we have the biggest absorptive capacity on investment than any country in the world. And therefore, we need to marshal it, we need to market it, we need to appropriately put it in our development plan so that investors can see that we mean business. Thank you. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, for that robust speech. While he was speaking, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, came in. Please let us put our hands together and appreciate him and welcome him, His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Suley. He is here in double capacity. He is also the chairman of the North Central States Governors Forum. Please put your hands together for him. It's now my privilege and honor to call on His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Suley to come and give his goodwill, and thereafter we'll go for the formal signing ceremony. Please put your hands together for His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Suley.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Your Excellencies, sorry, I'm just coming in. I don't have the protocol, so I'm afraid to make mistakes. So Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, our leaders, I see my big brother, the former Senate President and the Governor of Kwara State, all the other leaders of the northern part of the country, and Nigeria indeed, who are all here, our prospective investors, and I see so many of you here. First, let me sincerely apologize for coming at this time. Our team has been here much earlier, but today is also the swearing in of the senior advocates of Nigeria at the Supreme Court. And Nasarawa State is lucky to have so many of them, and I had no choice but actually to be at the Supreme Court with them. So immediately we finished. In fact, I didn't even stay to take pictures. I just rushed down here because we cannot afford to stay away from an event that has northern Nigeria investment and industrialization at mind like this. I came in right when my big brother, former chairman, former governor of Kebbi, and the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning actually was speaking, so I was able to catch up a little bit of some of the things that he said. Indeed, there is no time for northern Nigeria than now. This is the best time actually to look at our areas of competitive advantage. We have to be realistic with ourselves. We cannot actually be everywhere, but we have to look at the areas where we know that we have competitive advantages, and we have to show appreciation and participate. Everywhere I am, I have the opportunity to mention this, and I'm happy both the minister for Budget and Economic Planning, as well as the Minister of Finance are here. Nigeria is facing lots of challenges at the moment. Two of the major reforms that have faced these economic challenges have to do with the unification of the foreign exchange, as well as the withdrawal of subsidy. But they have also brought a lot of goodness, at least for some of our leaders. For your information, and I know most of you are already aware of what is happening, today, all the tiers of government, 3 tiers of government are sharing more revenue than they had ever imagined in their life. For the first time this month, as a matter of fact, we have seen actually over 2.2 trillion that has been shared, between the 3 tiers of government. When I first came as a governor in 2019, we were sharing anywhere between 590 billion to 620 billion max. So today we are sharing 4 times that amount. Now, what does that mean to a common man, to somebody who is going through the hardship of these reforms? What it means is that today our leaders have more resources with them to be able to provide for this kind of event, this kind of investment. So in Nasarawa State, we say we have to put our mouth, actually, all the noises where we are. We always say we are a state of solid minerals. And on arrival, the first thing we did was to say that nobody should come into Nasarawa mining until you have the capacity also to do the refining of that mineral in Nasarawa State. And that is the reason why today we have the largest lithium processing plant in Nasarawa State, which was commissioned by Mr. President last year. And this year, which is 3,000 metric tons a day, but this year we have just completed another one of 6,000 metric tons a day, which is getting ready to be commissioned again by Mr. President. So we have to commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and all his reformers who have worked so hard, to take the bullet on behalf of everybody. Because the resources are available, we have taken a decision as a state of agriculture to say that we are also going to do about 10,000 hectares of rice. Last year we harvested 2,000 hectares. This year we cultivated roughly 3,300. And my dream is that before I leave as a governor, we have anywhere between 7,000 to 8,000 hectares of land for rice. So this is what we have to do. Being an oil and gas person myself, since we came, we've been hearing about the story that there's oil in the north, oil in the north, oil in the north. I want to sincerely thank former President, the late Muhammadu Buhari, for standing behind us to ensure that that exploration actually began. He is not alive today, but we must give him the credit for that. And I thank the management of NNPC at the time, Mele Kyari, for the wonderful thing that they did. And so today, both at Kolomani, Lake Chad, and in Nasarawa, we have oil that is close to anywhere between 5 to 7 million barrels that you can actually go ahead and do inland for us. So we must take it serious. We must come in. We don't go into areas that we are not strong. What I do is that in Nasarawa, I just pick about 2 or 3 areas that I know we have the competitive advantage, and I concentrate on them. I don't want to go into areas of grammar. I go into areas that I know we have the capacity and we can fund it. And right now, there is no state governor, none, whether it's APC, PDP, coalition, or whatever party we are. Every state governor has resources available to him that should be able to invest based on what we are seeing. And for that, we are not just going to call for us in Nasarawa, we are not just calling for investors, we are calling for partners. Because when the investors come and we do the study and we believe in it, we are also going to invest our money in whatever it is that is going to be there. Because that is the only way that you can get an investor serious. So at the Northern Nigeria, I'm not the chairman, our chairman is Governor of Gombe, but at the Northern Nigerian Governors Forum, we say we must approach all these areas, but number one is we must approach security. And we should stop blaming anybody for our security. We take responsibility on our own that we are responsible for our security. and we work on our security, and we go strictly on our own security. It doesn't matter which kind of form you will do. So what we expect out of this is sincerity. We'll be sincere with ourselves. Stop blaming anybody. If we are blaming anybody, blame ourselves. So take it upon ourselves to go from one end to another, so we'll be able to solve our problem. And I strongly believe that's the right way to go. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, even though I came late. And I pray God Almighty will continue to support every one of us. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for His Excellency, the Nasarawa State Governor. We'll soon go to the icing of the cake, as they put it, the formal signing of official announcement and signing of the Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter and the companion handover. But before then, let me formally, with some apologies, recognize and appreciate the presence of the Honorable Garabadatti Mohammed Babao, National Vice Chairman, Northwest of the All Progressives Congress. He is here representing the National Chairman of the APC. Please put your hands together for him. Also here is former Senate President, Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki. Please put your hands together for him. Of course, the persons and the people who started all these issues of investments in northern Nigeria. Let us warmly appreciate the presence of Alhaji Muhammad Hayatuddin, former Group Chief Executive Officer of the Northern Nigeria Development Corporation. The Northern Nigeria Development Corporation, if you remember, had control on all investments in northern Nigeria. So all what we're talking about now, they started it. He will be speaking tomorrow as a lead speaker in one of the sessions. Please, once again, put your hands together for him. My colleague Cyril will come and take you through the official signing of the Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter. Cyril.
Thank you so very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as already announced, the official announcement and signing of the Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter and the handover of the compendium to the Northern Elders Forum. This will be in two rapid parts. For the first part of it, just before the signing, let me invite Abdul Halim Ringyam, who is the representative of the Northern Economic Agenda Initiative, to the Northern Elders Forum. Where are you? Yes, just please. Upstanding here. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the representative of the Northern Economic Agenda Initiative to the Northern Elders Forum is right here, Abdul Halim Ringyam. We will now respectfully, before the signing of the charter, invite the representative of the convener. And so join me as I invite Air Marshal Al-Amin Dagash to now come forward when he will receive the charter from the representative, and subsequently he'll hand it over to our chairman, and after that the second part of the signing will take place. Your Excellencies, we will invite the the convener, represented by Air Marshal Dagash, to come forward and receive the charter. Thank you. Let's applaud him as he does so. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, sir. Now that we've received the charter, the next leg of all of this, of course, will be the signing ceremony. And you can see that it's been laid out here. And of course, to sign on behalf of the Northern States governors, we've decided to make it a lot easier by asking that the document is signed by the chairman of the Northwest Governors Forum, the Northeast Governors Forum, and the North Central Governors Forum. They will sign on behalf of the 19 governors. And of course, we do know that that's been in very safe hands. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, they'll each come up stage and sign. Let me start off, of course, by inviting the one who has chaired this event so far and who is chairing the Northwest Governors Forum, His Excellency Dr. Lawal, the Governor of Zamfara State. Let's appreciate Dr. Lawal as he has appended his signature to the document. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. Now, let's invite to sign on behalf of the chair of the Northeast Governors Forum. Let's invite His Excellency, Honorable Usman Kadafur, Deputy Governor of Borno State, who will be signing on behalf of Governor Babagana Umar Zulum. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Let's appreciate him, pending the signature of the document. And of course, next is the chair of the North Central Governors Forum, His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, the Governor of Nasarawa State. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate His Excellency. Thank you. And of course, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the charter has been signed by the chairs of the Northwest Governors Forum, the Northeast Governors Forum, and the North Central Governors Forum. They've signed on behalf of the 19 governors. And so this document has been charged. Now, if you would just take a moment for the photo shoot, and we will also, after this first session, invite the conveners, representative, and all their excellencies who are on the front row. They will join in this photo session right here. Thank you so very much. Yes, are you done with this first set of photographs? Thank you. May we now invite the VVIPs on the front row, on the first row, including the convener's representative and His Excellency the President, represented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinated Minister of the Economy, to join in this photograph. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Your Excellencies. Let's keep the applause running as they return to their seats. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you so very much. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the next couple of paper presentations, and my brother Muhammad Kudu Abubakar will be introducing the next presentation here. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for yourselves. We have doing good, so far so good. The papers. All right, we have two papers like we announced much earlier. Presentation one is the paper on the future of Northern Regional Infrastructure, and the second paper is Electrifying Northern Nigeria 2025 to 2035. Thereafter, we will now get the keynote speech of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, here ably represented by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edu. Without much ado, let me very quickly call on Professor Babakali Al-Ali from Glasgow, Caledonia University. He will be talking to us on the future of Northern Regional Infrastructure. He has just 15 minutes, but I'm told that he should run it off to just 10 minutes to make room for our distinguished special guest that has other engagements from prayer. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Professor Ali. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. President, His Excellency, the the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by the Honorable Minister of Finance, and also Executive Governor of both Zamfara State, and also the representative of all the governors of the states. So based on the time I was actually given to the presentation, so I will be talking about the future of infrastructure in Nigeria. And the next slides, please. So an overview of the presentation. So I will start by okay.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we do offer sincere apologies. We're dealing with a lot here. As you must have been aware, earlier on when His Excellency, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning spoke, he did mention a dire situation which the government of the day is dealing with. And we've been reminded of that, and it's essential that the administration deals with what portends a grievous damage to the nation's economy. He'd spoken briefly about it, and we do know that His Excellency, the representative of the President, is deeply involved in those negotiations to nip in the bud dire situation that threatens the nation's economic fabric. And so we do apologize that we would have to amend the program a little bit more. Yes, we do know that the first paper is meant to be on at this time. In fact, it's already underway, but we have respectfully appealed to the presenter to understand the situation we're in. So we would shift it a little bit further, and this is to enable us to take, at this moment, the speech of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who's been represented here by His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Prince Wale Edun, and we now respectfully invite him to present the President's speech. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. His Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ably represented by my friend, my brother, the Deputy Chief of Staff to Mr. President, Senator Ibrahim Hadeja. The chair of this all-important summit, the Northern Elders Forum Summit, His Excellency, the Governor of Zamfara State and the Chairman, Northwest Governors Forum, His Excellency Dauda Lawal, the former Senate President, Dr. Bukola Saraki, Your Excellencies, the Governors of Nasarawa, the Governor of Borno State as represented, Governor of Bauchi State ably represented, Governor of Niger State ably represented. My brother, the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning, the convener of the Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit, Professor Ango Abdullahi, ably represented by A.M. Dagash, the distinguished personalities here present, my brother Malam Mohammed Hayatuddin, who, as we learned, was very early on called on to senior leadership roles and including NNDC. And of course, my brother, Honorable Kashim Ibrahim Imam, the current chairman, NDC, our foreign investors, are all important foreign investors, private sector, public sector, government, bilateral. You are critical to what we are doing here. We are happy to have you. You are welcome. Members of the diplomatic corps, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all send the warm regards and felicitations of Mr. President, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is, as we know, out of Abuja on state duties. He sends his warm regards for a successful summit, and it is my honor and my distinct pleasure to be able to represent him today. This is a summit that many of us have attended many over the years, but let me just give you a sense of why we know things have to be different, but why we have hope and room for optimism. But first of all, let me go back and apologize to the professors and the two speakers that were meant to speak before me. We were and we are, as the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning has said, battling with a situation which should be of concern, and I know is of concern to all of us. The type of huge private sector investment that is game-changing, that is impactful, that is what Nigeria should be doing across the board, has been bravely and boldly undertaken by an individual, not even a government. And we are in a situation where, as government, we need to ensure that we do all we can to help that investment succeed, to protect it and to grant it its rights under the law. A level playing field, strict adherence to the sanctities of the contracts that have been signed for him. And that process, I must say, all Nigerians, whether it is the unions, whether it is the workers, whether it's investors, and so our overall aim has to be, and we have to have faith in each other that we want success in this particular institution and in Nigeria generally. So within that context, it has to be discussion upon discussion until we find a solution. And so whilst I would have loved to even stay for some of the papers, I will be going to join the discussions and the negotiations immediately that after presenting this paper. I apologize in advance, and I'm sure you will understand. Thank you. We heard today, first of all, from the, I think it was from the chairman. Yes, it was the chairman that opened up. And his statement was that we must turn potential into prosperity. A sense of urgency is what he impacted and what he imparted to this august gathering. Then the chairman, then the convener of NGF, he told us that we do have a history of past success in a critical area, and that is investment in infrastructure, huge infrastructure that will unlock the prosperity of the country as a whole, not even just the northern region, but the country as a whole. And we had a network of railways that was doing that. And so we are now saying we are returning to that era of large-scale investment in infrastructure without which you cannot unlock the potential we are talking about. The chairman, NDDC, he said we have to do things differently. We know that under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, things have changed. Things are being done differently, and I will go through those particular aspects. And then the Minister for Budget and Economic Planning, he pointed out to us that each part of Nigeria is important to the prosperity of the country. That's how the Federation has been set up. That's what the Constitution requires of us. And of course, if you want each part to be able to contribute, each part must be empowered. And today, we are talking about the North. At another time, it will be another region, but we want all regions to contribute their own quota to a prosperous Nigeria. And of course, the governor of Nasarawa State, His Excellency, Engineer Sule, told us clearly that under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have fiscal federalism, we have fairness, equity, and what should be going to the states is being given to them. And indeed, what is owed to them from the past is being provided to them. They have record funds with which to help to develop their states. So that's the backdrop. But let me just fulfill all righteousness by, on behalf of His Excellency Mr. President, congratulating all of us on 65 years of independence. And probably more crucially, 26 years of uninterrupted democratic rule in Nigeria. These milestones, they remind us that Nigeria's future is one of resilience, unity, and boundless opportunity. So on behalf of Mr. President, I warmly commend the Northern Elders Forum, the 19 states of Northern Nigeria, for convening this historic summit. The theme, Unlocking Strategic Opportunities in Mining, Agriculture, and Power, MAP for short, could not be more fitting, because these sectors do represent the backbone of Nigeria's economy and indeed the foundation for our industrialization. So, but before going any further, let us, as the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning has said I would do, give us a sense of highlighting the economic context of where Nigeria is and where it has reached under President Tinubu's leadership. In the second quarter of 2025, that's just this last quarter, April to June, the GDP of Nigeria grew by 4.23%, the strongest growth in a decade, except for the COVID rebound era, the strongest growth in a decade. And since 2023, year-on-year growth has consistently been above 3%, outpacing the 2% of the 5 to 8 years previously. More critically, industrial growth, where jobs are created, doubled year-on-year, while agriculture and services also expanded robustly. inflation has begun to ease, 20.12% in August, and it's consistently, month after month, last 5 months, has been coming down. Our trade surplus, 7.4 trillion, reserves risen to $42 billion, and as we know, the Naira has not only stabilized, it has even strengthened. But this progress is not by chance. It's a result of deliberate, intentional, and strategic policies anchored on the President's renewed hope agenda. And the renewed hope agenda is anchored on economic transformation, inclusive growth, and national prosperity. But it recognizes the interconnected roles of finance, public policy, technology in unlocking Nigeria's full potential. So the key focus areas have been stabilizing the macroeconomic environment, creating jobs, reducing poverty, mobilizing private sector investment, whether domestic, whether foreign, and driving inclusive, as an earlier speaker said, and focused on digital and financial innovation. And so it's against this policy framework that we have had market correction, ending the costly subsidies and foreign exchange distortions, which benefited some, but left the majority in need, and even left the government without enough resources, whether at the state and the federal level. And we must link what the governor of Nasarawa State said. We must link that with the fact that these measures have been taken. That's where the resources came from that are now flowing down to the states and indeed the local governments. So we've removed the privileges that benefited a few at the expense of the many. And we've replaced inefficiency with transparency, with competitiveness, and with incentives for productive activity. No longer is the playing field such that unless you know some people, you don't have access. You don't have access to foreign exchange. You don't have access to permits and licenses to be able to implement your business plan. It is now a level playing field. Likewise, in restoring fiscal discipline, rebuilding investor confidence, and strengthening our financial buffers. We've already talked about the growth in the foreign exchange reserves. There's also growth in Naira revenue, in domestic revenue, and non-oil revenue has increased substantially. And of course, when you reduce inflation, you put money in people's pockets, you make purchasing power stronger for households. But the key, and the President's aim, is to mobilize both domestic and foreign investment in areas that have the greatest multiplier effect. And that's exactly what the Northern Elders Forum is focusing on today. Mining, agriculture, power. Northern Nigeria is at the center of effort in these areas. Likewise, we are pursuing power. It was said earlier that you cannot have industrialization without power. There's an important World Bank and African Development Bank program, which Nigeria will be the major beneficiary, which is looking to provide electricity to 300 million additional Africans by the year 2030. And it will mobilize $32 billion for energy industrialization. Why are we growing at 4% now and targeting 7%? No country has reduced poverty without sustained growth above population growth. So our population growth maybe is just under 3%. So we are looking to grow at twice the rate of population growth in order to be able to lift people out of poverty in their millions, which is the ultimate aim of Mr. President's policies. So our medium-term goal remains to double incomes and significantly reduce poverty. Why is the northern region central to the opportunities that lie ahead? Our agricultural self-sufficiency, our mining competitiveness, and our industrial base will largely rise or fall depending on how we unlock, as the governor of Zamfara said, how we unlock the North's potential. And that's why the president's administration's strategic reforms place mining, agriculture, and power in the North at the heart of our growth agenda. What are those opportunities? As we have just heard, the North holds some of the most valuable mineral deposits in Africa: gold, lithium, tin, zinc, limestone, coal, all available in the North. And new reforms are formalizing artisanal mining, attracting credible investors, and as we have heard earlier today, in the lithium, for example, and ensuring that host communities benefit directly. And that is critical, ensuring that host communities benefit directly, thereby avoiding some of the problems that can come from when host communities feel left out. So we are building value chains, so Nigeria no longer just exports raw materials, but also processes those raw materials into batteries, cement, industrial inputs. Let me turn to agriculture. With 70% of Nigeria's arable land located in the north, agriculture is both the region's heritage and its future. And key to unlocking that agricultural potential is really the word, is things like the infrastructure that was referred to by the chairman, key infrastructure, such as the Sokoto-Badagry Highway that will link so many states and their dams and their ability to provide irrigation, as well as link it all the way down to the south, all the way down to the ports. It's that kind of transformational infrastructural development that is being undertaken by Mr. President's, under Mr. President's Renewed Hope agenda. And these are the things that are being done differently that give us tremendous optimism that at last some of the discussions which the Nigerian Economic Summit Group was undertaking in the 90s are now coming to fruition. The goal is to build agro-industrial corridors where crops, they don't just feed the market, but they supply flour mills, textile factories, and export hubs. Looking at power and industrialization, energy, of course, is the oxygen of industrialization. Without power, there can be no factories, no agro-processing, and no jobs at scale, which is what Nigeria needs. Of course, we now have the Ministry of Livestock Development, and that's an important innovation that portends great value. But in terms of going back to power, we do have the AKK, the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline, and that is a strategic project. When completed, and it's almost completed, it will deliver natural gas for power generation and industrial use across the whole of northern Nigeria. And coupled with the Mission 300, which, as I said earlier, is unlocking about $32 billion in energy and industrial investment, we are laying the foundation for a northern Nigeria that is fully powered and industrialized. Imagine a northern Nigeria where textiles in Kaduna, cement in Sokoto, fertilizer in Bauchi, agro-processing in Kano, and mining, Your Excellency, in Zamfara, are all powered by reliable and affordable energy. That is the vision of Mr. President. Let me also mention that when under the President's Renewed Hope agenda, we talk about rapid growth. We are already accelerating to 4% growth, with industrial growth at 7% in the last quarter. So you are getting to rapid growth, but you want it to be sustained. And it is being sustained over the last few quarters. But importantly as well is inclusive growth, growth that creates jobs. And the inclusivity also includes something His Excellency Mr. President had always committed to, that in undertaking reforms that have some adjustment pains, let me call them, the poor and the most vulnerable will not be left behind. So social stability is as important as macroeconomic stability. There have been direct benefit transfers where over 330 billion naira has been provided to about 8.1 million households, at least one tranche of the funds. 2.4 million households have received two, and 78% of the beneficiary households are in the north. And this is verifiable because each person is uniquely identified. They have a NIN, we have their biometrics. They have a digital method of payment, which means they are paid by their bank account or they are paid by a mobile wallet. And so it really is the gold standard. If you watched the news last week, the British, who 65 years ago granted us our independence formally after a battle by our founding fathers, they are only now trying to ensure that each of their workers has a digital ID. We already have a gold standard that has 8 million households identified now. In another month or so, we will have completed 10 million, and we expect by the end of the year to have a national social register that is world-class, robust, can be used time and time again, and it will cover 15 million households, 75 million Nigerians overall. So that is the social safety net that is being put in place alongside the major reforms to unlock the potential of the Nigerian economy. Let me say, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, the message I bring is clear. The future of Nigeria's prosperity is inseparable from the future of northern Nigeria. If we unlock the North's minerals, we secure a new era of industrial competitiveness. If we unlock the North's agriculture, we guarantee food security and global export leadership. If we unlock the North's power, we ignite a wave of industrialization that will employ millions of Nigerians. President Tinubu's economic vision is to build strong, stable, and inclusive economy where government clears obstacles out of the way, where the private sector provides the engine of growth, and where every Nigerian can rise. The North is not just a part of the country, it is the engine of the country. So together, let us seize this moment to transform northern Nigeria into the powerhouse of Nigeria's prosperity. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for Chief Wale Edun, representative of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And before he even sits down, let me just make these quotes and so that you can appreciate Mr. President once again. The future of Nigeria's prosperity is inseparable from the future of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And President Tinubu's vision, he said, is to build strong and inclusive Nigeria. And he therefore urged us that northern Nigeria must be built if Nigeria should be built. Please put your hands together for President Bola Tinubu, here represented by Chief Wale Edun, Honorable Minister of Finance. That appreciation, I don't think is loud enough. We're talking of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Without much ado, let me very warmly welcome the representative of the Executive Governor of Kano State. He came in while the representative of the President was speaking. I'm talking of His Excellency Alhaji Aminu Abdul Salam, Deputy Governor, Kano State. He is here representing his principal, Governor Abba Yusuf. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. We'll certainly now go to the main papers of the day. We had earlier announced that there will be 2 paper presentations. Each will take 15 minutes. The first is the future of northern regional infrastructure, and the second is electrifying northern Nigeria 2025 to 2035. The representative of our president will be any moment from now. We will appreciate if you come up to the podium. He will be standing for a photo opportunity with our team leads from beyond Nigeria, the various investor groups, and of course he will be accompanied by the executive governors here present, the deputy governors here present, and the Minister of Budget and Economic Development. The team leads we have in mind are the team leads and investor groups from Turkey, from Saudi Arabia. Please put your hands together as they come. From South Africa, from Denmark, and the Association of the Sahel States, and from the government and people of Sierra Leone, Portugal, and Bangladesh. Please come over to the podium here for a group photograph with the representative of the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Nigeria's Armed Forces. Once again, the countries are Turkey, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Denmark, the representatives from the Association of Sahel States, the government of Sierra Leone, Portugal, and Bangladesh. If we did not mention your country and you are here, please just come over. When you are set, the representative of the President will come and join you for a photo opportunity. Please put your hands together for a very, very distinguished participants. And once again, the countries are Turkey. Please start coming, please. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, South Africa. Come over, come over. You will climb up here, please. Climb up here. Up here, up here. Yeah, up here, yes. South Africa, Denmark, representative from the Association of the Sahel States, Sierra Leone, Portugal, and Bangladesh. Thank you. Yes, sir. Your Excellency, Chibole, you can now join them. Yes. The representative of the Nigeria Egypt Business Council should also join. If I did not mention your name and you are one of the investor groups, please come over. They may not have given me your name, please. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Honorable Minister of Budget, please. Thank you. And then after this set, all the executive governors here present will join the representative of Mr. President for another photo opportunity. Thank you, thank you. Now the executive governors and deputy governors here present will join the representative of Mr. President and the person of the Minister of Finance for another photo opportunity. That's after this set, after this set. Yes, sir. Are you done? Photographers? Yes, thank you very much, thank you very much. The distinguished investors, you are most welcome. Please put your hands together for them. They came all the way because they believe in Northern Nigeria and they believe in Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, thank you. Now the executive governors, please join the representative of Mr. President for another photo opportunity. Yeah, our investors can go down, please. Can you can continue the exactly. Yes, please. Thanks. Can we please go down? Yes, sir. Our distinguished investors can go down, please. Our distinguished investors, can you go down? Thank you, thank you. Please put your hands together for them. Put your hands together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, photographers, please get set for this session. All right, thank you. Right. Thank you. Please put your hands together for their excellencies. Put your hands together for their excellencies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. His Excellency, the representative of the President, will be leaving, but by the time he's seen off, the next session will be the paper presentation like we announced earlier. We will be listening to Professor Al-Ali and then the second paper. Please put your hands together for the representative of the President.
Then we'll go to lunch.
Wait. The sound people, can you put us some little music before we resume session? You can play some music for us, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. Let us all now be seated, please. Can we now be seated? Can we now be seated? We want to commence the 2 paper presentations. Let us all be seated, please. Let's go back to our seats. Let's go back to our seats. Let us all go back to our seats, please. Please, the gentleman standing over there, let's go back to our seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to our seats. Professor Al-Ali is ready with his paper. Professor Al-Ali will be talking to us on the future of Northern Nigeria's regional infrastructure. You can see it's a direct follow-up to what Mr. President's speech was. Please, let's go back to our seats. The gentleman over there, hello. Please, let's go back to our seats, please. Thank you. Professor Babakali Al-Ali is from the Glasgow Caledonia University in the United Kingdom. His paper is titled The Future of Northern Regional Infrastructure. Professor Al-Ali, please put your hands together for Professor Al-Ali as he comes to deliver his paper. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation to come and give a talk on the future of Northern Nigeria infrastructure. I'm going to just carry on from the protocol that has been set up earlier on prior to the disruption from the talk. So an overview of my presentation would be, I will start by talking about the energy scene in the north. Then move on to talk about the aspect that had to do with the Northern Railway and road infrastructure. Then agricultural prospects, and information associated with the waste and water. Then I'll round up by conclusions of my talk. Next slide. The preambles of what I'll be talking about today. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the preambles of what I'll be talking about today, the aspect of energy is a major concern in the north. And also, there's actually a shift to try and see how the aspect of off-grid and mini-grid can actually be implemented as part of the energy mix. And also at the same time, the railway infrastructure is dilapidated. And also there's actually a need to try and see how that can actually be expanded. Also, the Kaduna expansion is advancing at the moment, and also the Kano-Kaduna is still progressing all the way down to Maradi in Katsina State. So I will say a little bit about that, and the aspect associated to waste recycling projects within the north, the aspect that has to associated with waste to energy, and also water sanitation and hygiene, which is very, very important as part of the infrastructure in the north, and also at the same time can actually prevent the outbreak of diseases. Next slide, please. So the Nigerian national power grid suffers a frequent system collapse and also causing a widespread of blackouts. Over the past 10 years, since from 2010, actually there has been around over 200 blackouts. However, the trend has actually shown that the reduction in the number of blackouts and collapse of the national grid was as a result of the upgrade of the infrastructure, which is actually one of the major things that have to do with Nigeria. And also, electricity supply remains unreliable. And also around 43% of the population are lacking access to grid-connected power. So, which is actually a major concern, especially in the north. And also at the same time, the power outages contributes to significantly on the economic losses. When you actually look at the figures, Each 1% increase in outage can actually reduce the GDP by approximately around 3%. And also at the same time, the generator fuel in Nigeria as a whole exceeding to around $23 billion annually. Next slide. So one of the main important aspects that had to do with the North, in terms of the North must actually act immediately and strategically for a reliable power future. So as I said earlier on, the move to the mini grid is actually very important. The national grid failure are actually a major barrier to development in the northern region, and we have to try and see what can actually be done to put that in place. So solving the crisis requires a multifaceted, long-term approach, which I'll be outlining later on, with proper investments. So with proper investments in mini-grid reform and innovation, a stable power supply is actually achievable. So that's actually really important in terms of the energy scene in the North. Also, as I mentioned earlier on, around 43% of the population are actually lacking access to reliable energy. Moving on to the next, which is to do with the railway infrastructure. So the National Railway Corporation manages the railway. We have the standard gauge and the narrow gauge. These were actually built in the early 90s, around 1916. We have the narrow gauge lines, which actually represents the old network, and we have the standard gauge lines, which actually represent the modern network. We can actually see the modernization of some of the railway lines. You can see that from the map. Next slide, please. You can actually see that from the map in terms of the next slide. From the next slide, please. Outlining the map. So a representation of the standard gauge all the way down from Port Harcourt to the north. Those are the represented standard gauged railway lines. And the narrow gauge line is actually built, they're actually dilapidated. So establishing the aspect of railway is very, very important. The reason why I'm actually saying is because in the UK, I'm actually involved in the aspect of the railway within Scotland. And in the aspect of a maintenance of track and the rolling stock. So to be able to unlock economic opportunities in northern Nigeria, establishing the railway network and rolling stock within the north is very, very important. So northern infrastructure challenges. There are decay in the narrow gauge, and also which can actually lead to some sort of safety issues and derailment. Looking at some of the data, there was a derailment that actually happened in August between Abuja to Kano, Abuja to Kaduna. Yaki set off at Idu, and there was a derailment which happened in Asham along the Kagoro local government area. And I think around 618 people were actually on board. There were 21 injuries. And the train are diesel multiple units. These are heavy trains. So the aspect of electrification is actually really, really important to try and see what plans that we put in place for electrified trains in the future. So there are actually funding issues as well. The railway industry is heavily reliant on loans from China. So this is actually something that needs to be looked at carefully in terms of leading the progress. And also regional connectivity within the rail. Many northern cities basically need to be interconnected because they're currently disconnected at the moment. So why does it matter? It really matters because try and see how you can actually link the northern corridors to try and establish the aspect that had to do with the economic development. Next slide, please. So moving on to the next slide again, please. So my proposed plan in terms of the development plan in moving forward. The adoption of the standard gauge needs to be phased out gradually by building new tracks, maintain gradual phasing out of the narrow gauge from the north, from the south all the way down to the north. The government can actually focus on building terminals and new infrastructure nationwide and offer train operating companies just like what's happening in the West to run service operations such as a franchise model. That needs to be looked at carefully because the Nigerian Railway Corporation are actually doing a fantastic job. But again, there has to be incentive that needs to be put in place in terms of what needs to be improved. Private companies need to be given the opportunity to run their own and operate their own train and pay license fee for the use of tracks. I do some work with Siemens in the UK at the moment and Hitachi Rail. These are franchises, they actually pay some fee to the Scottish government. So that can actually still be established here to try and see how the aspect of public partnership agreement within the government with companies. So, and also the aspect of establishing a railway delivery group, which can form like a watchdog to try and see what's really happening. And the railway authority needs to be established independently of the government to try and see how the railway industry can actually be maintained. And at the same time, establishing a railway safety standard board. At the moment, the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau oversee the aspect of safety and in other areas as well. But again, establishing a railway safety standard board as a separate entity can still report to the NSIB to ensure you've got the aspect of safety within the railway network in the north. So next slide. I've actually looked at the aspect of a dry port. So there is actually a need to establish a new dry port and logistics rail. There is one that has been established already in Kaduna, which was actually operationalized 2 weeks ago. So to establish a new one in Kano as part of the hub for the railway corridor can actually improve link within all the branches in the north, and also the opportunity to even link to Niger and even Chad if possible. I've come up with some estimated costs, which is going to cost between $250 to $300 million in establishing an inland dry port in Kano. Already that can actually complement the existing dry port in Kaduna. So financing, again, PPP with the Nigerian Railway Corporation can still be looked at with the Chinese Exim and International Development Bank in terms of coming up with an agreement in establishing a new inland dry port. And that can actually impact on the overall population within setting up Kano as a regional trading hub, and also at the same time create approximately around maybe 15,000 jobs. So Northern Nigerian Road, it complements the aspect that has to do with the railway. The Federal Road Maintenance Agency manages the federal roads, and we've got the rural roads, which is being managed by the state government and the local government. But there are challenges that have to do with potholes and so on. So cost-effective maintenance is very, very important to ensure that the aspect of road maintenance is being managed properly to enhance social interaction. Next slides, please. So, and there's actually need to transform the aspect of rural connectivity within the northern states, just to ensure that the aspect of agriculture can actually be enhanced to try and reduce the losses in terms of perishable goods, improve resilience, and also at the same time, climate shock. Next slide. Our road network in Nigeria is around 200,000 kilometers, and around 114,000 is within the north. And also there are challenges related to the road network. However, there has been quite a lot of development in terms of fixing new roads, rural roads by state government. Next slide. Over 60% of the rural roads are in poor condition, and also transport costs about 30 to 50% higher due to bad roads. At the same time, up to 40% post-harvest loss for perishable goods, And at the same time, you've got flood and erosion, which is actually causing problems of destroying some of the rural roads in the north. Bad roads cost motorists in Nigeria around $150 billion in the maintenance cost, which is actually a staggering number that needs to be considered in establishing the aspect of road maintenance. Next slide. So investment opportunity over a 5-year period, that's more of a short term. Road rehabilitation of around 1,000 kilometers will actually cost around $60 million. And you've got the upgraded rural roads, which can be actually looked at by the state and the local government, have to do with the around 500 million, which costs around $50 million. Drainage and flood prevention, that can actually be done. We've got the manpower within Nigeria in the north to do that. And storage hub and maintenance, which is actually key in terms of looking at all the potholes and going forward. So the total cost about $165 million in the first phase of establishing the aspect of our road maintenance within the north. So there are World Bank grants and also African development grants that can actually be looked at in cooperation with the state governments, private contractors for operation and maintenance, and also climate funds for resilient design. Next slide. What are the main benefits and why we invest now? To align the Nigerian food security and diversification agenda, which aligns well the United Nations Sustainable Goals on the aspect of food security. De-risking agricultural investment is fragile in the northern states. We've seen quite a lot happening in Nasarawa state and Zamfara state in terms of agriculture. Leveraging blended finance, scalable model for replication nationwide can actually be looked at as well. Next slide. Agricultural prospect. That will actually be discussed in the next section. Northern, as mentioned earlier on by the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State and also the representative of the President, will remain agricultural central, national food security, and employment opportunity within the north. However, agriculture in Nigeria is being impacted by flood, erosions, and also bad irrigation processes in place. So there are opportunities in terms of public-private finance provision to try and see how that can actually be established in going forward. So agricultural infrastructure investments, small, medium-term irrigation and groundwater powered scheme, very important in terms of looking at the aspect of producing agricultural products. Rural road and market access, again, very important to reduce transport costs, lower spoilage of perishable goods, and expand market reach. Cold chain and agro-processing hubs, again, that's another area that needs to be focused on in terms of the investment in going forward. Off-grid, mini-grid energy for irrigation, cold storage, and processing will actually enable the aspect of moving forward. Next slide. So the last bit here, next slide. Water management and flood control infrastructure needs to be put in place in terms of investment priorities in going forward. So those are really, really important aspects that have to do with agriculture. Next slide. Is the aspect of waste. I know there has been problems that have to do with waste management. And there's a project I've been working on in the UK in terms of a waste gasification plant. That's completely non-existent here in the north and Nigeria as a whole. So rapid urbanization and development has actually led to the outpacing of the waste collection process in the north. Informal sectors such as the waste pickers are not regularized properly, so it has to be integrated properly. Lack of sanitary landfill as well is something that needs to be looked at carefully. Why does it matter? Poor waste management causes health hazard, blocked drainages, so that needs to be looked at carefully. And establishing waste gasification plant can actually complement the aspect of energy generation in the north. Next slide. So integrated solid waste management, waste to value pilots, for example, in Kano. can be actually formalized the collection of waste in key local government areas to try and set up a pilot scheme, to try and see how can that be looked at in terms of setting up small to scale refuse derived fuels, which can actually still be used, can actually be exported as well, and at the same time can be used in cement factories. Estimated costs in setting up the waste value will cost around $120 million. And also at the same time, the financing state government together with the PPP model, waste to energy project, which is actually non-existent at the moment. That is actually something that can actually complement the aspect of the energy scene within the North. The impact definitely will be approximately around 40% of waste from dump sites, and also reduce flooding from block drainages and create green jobs. Next slide, it has to do with the northern water sanitation. And again, there has been quite a lot in terms of the challenges related to water. Uneven access to safe managed water, many rural communities rely on improved sources. Climate variability, drought, and floods undermines water security in the north. And also sanitation coverage is lagging. Service delivery capacity at local government level is actually weak from the information I've actually got. So why does it matter? Water and sanitation are actually foundation of public health, economic productivity, and social stability. Next slide. So northern urban water supply and sanitation expansion. So a description of what can actually be done in terms of looking at the aspect of water sanitation within the network. I've come up with an estimated cost around 200 to 250 million in terms of the use of waste. And also financing, state, federal government, Islamic Development Bank, and also the UNICEF have got quite a lot in terms of incentives that needs to be put in place for financing projects to support the development and the implementation projects. So the impact is going to have around 2 million more people who gain access to safe water, which is actually very important in terms of coming up with water treatment facilities within the north. So proposed long-term investment in the north to unlock some of the potential in northern Nigeria. Around 4 to 15 years, we have to think about the long-term investments. Blended finance structure for northern infrastructure. And again, integrated corridor development that had to do with real investments. Scale waste to value and recycling had to do with the recycling projects, with setting up a gasification plant, and also build municipal capacity and data system in terms of collecting data records that needs to be put in together in going forward. Next slide. So in conclusion, next slide. Northern infrastructure will actually deliver its biggest social return when economic investment are sequenced appropriately. Again, looking at the aspect of quick wins such as the mini-grid, investment in water, railway, waste management, and also water safety and hygiene is actually really important. That can have an immediate effect by providing access to clean water and healthy environment. And again, at the same time, short, medium-term investment in road, railway infrastructure can create market opportunities in the north. Long-term investment will optimize economic activities in the north. Very important about the future infrastructure. I've come up with different types of models that have to do with the investment in railway and energy. And I've actually set up some plans and strategy in the UK, working with the Scottish government. So the implementation of things that have to do with the maintenance within the energy structure and maintenance of railway is very, very important in terms of rolling that out. And that can actually be implemented appropriately in the north. I will finish up by a quote by Albert Einstein. it is not the weakest of species that will always survive. It is the strongest of the species that are subjective to change. So the next generation of the northern youth will have to be subject to change to be able to implement initiatives to progress the north in going forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Please put your hands together again for Professor Babakali Al-Ali from Glasgow Caledonian University at the United Kingdom, I beg your pardon. He has shown us the future of northern Nigeria regional infrastructure, transport, several other sectors, agriculture, and what have you. Please put your hands together once again for him. We are bringing down, or rather shifting the next paper for the next session after lunch. So the next paper by Ahmad Rufai Zakari, OON, Executive Director, Kano Electricity Distribution Company, will come up after the lunch break. He will be speaking to us on electrifying northern Nigeria 2025 to 2035. But before we go for lunch, I want to very quickly well, okay, there are some other adjustments. I'm told Ahmad Rufai Zakari will be traveling immediately after his paper, so he may not have the time to wait until after lunch. I used to crave your indulgence to please have a little patience with us. He will be presenting this paper in just 10 minutes, and then thereafter we go for lunch. But before then, let me very quickly, before calling on Ahmad Al-Ali to come over, let me very quickly tell you that as this event progresses, we are pleased to inform you that a deal room has been set up for businesses to engage directly with state investment promotion agencies, IPAs. Representatives from the following states are present: Adamawa, Benue, Gombe, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Kogi, Kwara, Jigawa, Nasarawa, Niger, Yobe, and Zamfara states. The investment promotion agencies are eager to learn more about your businesses and explore opportunities for collaboration and investment. If you are a registered business with at least 1 year of operations in the agriculture, power, or mining sectors, your IPA would love to meet with you. Please register your interest at the deal room desk located close to the VIP room, where the multi-international team is ready to receive you. Additionally, we will also be doing business to business matching. Do not let us know just let us know businesses you will love to meet during your registration. We'll try to match you. Following registration, after the lunch break, the IPAs will be available in the deal room. Kindly note that sessions will be on first come, first served basis, and the deal room will be open for only 3 hours. We encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity to connect, collaborate, and unlock new investment possibilities while this summit lasts. Once again, before we call on Ahmad Rufai Zakari, OON, let me also inform us that this summit is not ending today. If you don't have this program brochure, we will very quickly call on the ICT to run the remaining parts of the program for today and for tomorrow. Where today, when we come back from the lunch break after this paper presentation, we'll have all split into panels. Panel 1 will be looking at power, while panel 2 will be looking at agriculture. And after those 2 sessions, we will break for the day and come back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., there will be exhibitions that will be open, and then we will have the opening remarks at exactly 10:05, and then there will be a recap of today's session by Professor Doknan Sheni, the DG of the Northern Nigeria Elders Forum, and of course, thereafter, after that recap, we'll have the opening remarks and other activities. One of the key persons that will be speaking to us tomorrow will be former Senate President, Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, and former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Yakubu Dogara, and then Alhaji Umar Mohammed, Development Specialist and Consultant. They will all be speaking on unlocking the potentials of Northern Nigeria in mining, agriculture, and power. Thereafter, we will have a presentation on harnessing technology as a driver of development in Northern Nigeria. This will be presented by no other person but Mr. Amalan Muhammad Hayatuddin. After that presentation, we will now go to another plenary session where we will be listening to goodwill messages from distinguished partners, investors, and participants. Particularly listed for tomorrow's goodwill messages are Mrs. Lydia Afolabi from Miawa Partners, Mr. Joel Babola, Chair Africa Group, Ambassador Northeast London, and Mr. Calvin Pong, representing the Directorate of Technical Trade Invest Competition, Republic of South Africa, and of course also the Managing Director of Jais Bank, who are the committees of chairs of CEOs of Compapi Limited. So very quickly, let me once again call to the podium and Mr. Ahmad Rufai Zakari, OON, Executive Director, Kano Electricity Distribution Company, who will be speaking to us on electrifying Northern Nigeria, 2025 to 2035. Mr. Ahmad Rufai Zakari, please, you're welcome to the podium. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mohammed Ahmad Rufai Zakari as he comes over for his paper. Put your hands together for him, please.
Good afternoon. I think we want to check after such a long early session if everyone is still awake. So good afternoon. We want to get some response from everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. I'd like to stand on established protocols, but we would like to obviously recognize His Excellency Atiku Abubakar Bagudu for remaining here to go through some of the presentations. And our host state, we have His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Kano here as well, which we're very proud of because of all of the support that we receive. Obviously, the conveners of the event, we thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak about some of the challenges and opportunities that we have in electricity, particularly in northern Nigeria. So next slide. I'll try to keep it targeted. We'll talk through the market structure, some of the risks and some of the potential solutions. So if you go to slide 4. All right. I think one of the key challenges that we have in northern Nigeria, if you can see from the chart on the left, no states in the northeast or the northwest have greater than 100 megawatts of installed generating capacity. Aside from Niger and Kogi, you actually don't have any states in the north with greater than 100 megawatts of installed capacity. So the north is probably the biggest opportunity in the world in terms of investment opportunity in power, because as we speak, this is the largest population of unelectrified citizens anywhere in the world. So it is a challenge for us that are from the north, and particularly the state administrations, but it is also an opportunity. I think further exacerbated, the grid was built out in Nigeria to align to where the power plants were. So because we don't have many power plants in the north, a lot of the investment in the country on 330 kV lines and others were actually focused in the southern part of the country to be able to take the power out. So this double challenge presents risks and opportunities for us. If you go to the next slide, some of the problems have continued to be underinvestment that is leading to poor service quality and low commercial performance and financial viability. If you go to the next slide, I think one of the other issues is coordination of those investments. I'm proud to say that we are seeing changes in this. We recently had a session supported by Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, Governor Dikko Ratna, and Governor Umar Namadi from Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa, where they actually sent the speakers of the House of Representatives as well as the commissioners of power to meet with Kano Electricity Distribution Company and align our investment strategies with the state investment strategies. So we're beginning to see with the laws that are being passed, or the passage of the new electricity law by the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, we're seeing more involvement of the state governments, and this is a bellwether for better things to come. So if we go to the next slide, keep going. Okay, I think this is what I was saying is today we have the exclusive list, the concurrent list, and then obviously residual matters. Electricity as being on the conclusive list has further been strengthened by the passage of the 2023 electricity law. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that at this particular stage, states also have a part to play in setting up rules and laws in their respective jurisdictions to allow for increased investment opportunity. But we'll talk about some of the risks that come with that. So if you go to the slide 12, in terms of risks in this new market structure. So I think one of the things as Nigeria, and particularly northern Nigeria, that doesn't have much installed capacity and electricity infrastructure needs to focus on is this balancing act between a decentralized grid and a centralized grid. I think from an access perspective, decentralization is very good. But from an industrialization perspective, centralization is still important. No country in the world has ever industrialized on the back of small home solar solutions or distributed power that on a per kilowatt hour basis doesn't have economies of scale and can be quite expensive. So if you see, some of what we're advocating is we're seeing most of the larger markets in the world moving to centralized authorities. If you think about China, the US, and India, even Europe with the European power pool, everybody in different jurisdictions that has power in their domains can push it into a central repository and provide access. This is a driver for better investment. So in as much as there's a big push for decentralization, it has to be balanced with a keen eye to ensure that it doesn't make power too expensive and doesn't allow for economies of scale as we look at our market. So I'd like to show you an example, if you go to page 14, of some of the risks that we're talking about in terms of decentralization. So go to the next two slides, please. Next slide. Good. So, Your Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can see the grid today in Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa is very intermingled. And the new act, in terms of how some are thinking to implement it, is to say, separate Kano, separate Katsina, separate Jigawa. But as you can see from the lines on the chart, that is very difficult to do. Now, the second problem is the cluster that, for instance, Kano Electricity Distribution has the franchise for, its main market is Kano. Kano supports Katsina and Jigawa, but Katsina and Jigawa also support Kano. This shows you 98 instances over the past 8 months where the grid from Katsina and Jigawa has been used to support the Kano grid. Now, at the same time, Kano also helps Katsina and Jigawa, Your Excellency, because without Kano, electricity will be too expensive in Katsina and Jigawa. So there's a very good symbiotic relationship between the three. And I'm happy to say that with the cooperation of the 3 state governors and their state assemblies, we've actually had legislation passed that allows for Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa to be one joint electricity regulatory market in Nigeria. That will be the first joint electricity regulated market, and it will allow for better clarity on investment in our network. So if we continue along the next slide, briefly. Next slide. Okay, this is what we were talking about in terms of tariffs. Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa today, with the subsidy in the government, have 100 naira per kilowatt hour average tariff. If you removed Katsina and Jigawa from Kano, Kano would get marginally lower tariff at 93 naira. Katsina and Jigawa would have higher tariffs. But as we mentioned before, Kano will have a less resilient network if it removes Katsina and Jigawa from their market. So one of the things we're advocating is in northern Nigeria for us to be able to have more integrated markets, partner more, because we actually don't have a lot of installed capacity. If we separate all of our small electricity markets, it will be difficult for investment and it will be difficult for resilience. So if we go to the next slide. What is it that we're concluding in terms of a trajectory for our electricity market for the region? Next slide. Today, we have to create electricity opportunities in 2 buckets. One is for social outcomes and one is for economic growth. On the social outcome sides, decentralization and decentralized solutions are perfect. Solar home systems, standalone solar independent lights, mini grids. As we move towards business and industry, we have to have cheaper electricity by aggregating our markets and being able to sell into a larger market, which is exactly what we're doing in Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa today. If you go to the next slide. This is an important slide because it lays out this thinking of we're moving from an underdeveloped and very fragile market. In the old world, we would move to a centralized and carbon-based market, which would be build gas power plants and aggregate all of that supply in one location. But today, because of the opportunities that we have with technology, particularly with solar and distributed technologies with batteries, plus additional renewable sources, we can move to a hybrid option where we have a mix of large power plants to supply our industrial areas and a grid network across our states that will help our industrial businesses, as well as then a smaller grid or these interconnected or isolated mini grids that will help us with solar home systems to provide increased access for citizens. So it's this hybrid approach of we shouldn't throw away the distributed or isolated solar solutions and renewable solutions, but we also cannot rely on them to get cheap electricity for industry. We have to balance the two. And this is what we are working through today, particularly with Kano Electricity Distribution Company, with the partnership of the 3 state governments that have actually passed groundbreaking legislation to create one market. I think we're learning from His Excellency, that 40-kilometer line will actually provide 24-hour power to the largest grain market in West Africa. And this is an area that the Kano State government particularly built out tremendous infrastructure in. And we needed to bring power there. So our focus, and all of our focus, as I said, needs to be on this balancing act between isolated and small distributed systems and the large work we need to do to bring cheap power to our region. And the way we can do that is by having more integrated grids. So I think I'll do one more example from Jigawa, because we've talked about Kano and Katsina. If you go to page 21, we actually have a partnership today with the Jigawa State government where they bought 2.5% of the holding company, Future Energies Africa, that owns the majority shareholding in KEDCO. But that deal was very unique in that it guaranteed that all the money that was invested would be put back into Jigawa. So, for example, this is what we talk about with the isolated solutions. This is a 500 kilowatt system, a part of a bigger 10 megawatt program that is now, we spent 1.2 billion naira on this solution, but it's actually providing 24-hour power to Kapanhausa local government area. We're doing more in Hadija, Kazauri, Ringim, Dutse, and Gumel. And this is part of a partnership where the state government invested in the business, but the business took the money and invested back directly into the state. This was recently commissioned, and we're also having these types of solutions in Kano. Zawachiki, Your Excellency, there's 1 megawatt, is the largest interconnected mini grid in Nigeria. It serves Gidadubu. That's also one of the second projects that we're waiting for His Excellency Mala Abba Kabir Yusuf to commission in the coming weeks and months. So I'd like to move towards concluding the presentation. If we can go to the conclusion section on page 29. I think we've talked through all of this. Northern Nigeria, as we mentioned today, has significant structural disadvantages in terms of we don't have we have no power plants in northeast and northwest greater than 100 megawatts, and in the north central is only in Kogi and Niger. So you can think about northern Nigeria as virgin land in terms of generation of power investment. Now, what we have to think through is how do we bring about this investment renaissance that will drive all of the progress we need. As I said, we're doing a lot of that work and piloting it with Kano Electricity, but regulation does not bring investment. Over-regulated markets actually chase away investment, and that is why state laws should be focused on investment attraction rather than control or punishment, at least in this early and nascent stage of the market. Electricity is a scale game. The three geopolitical zones need to partner to have pooled investments, a pool grid, and create economies of scale that will create cheaper energy. For example, Kano Electricity Distribution Company today is partnering with Datunkowa Dam in Gombe to buy some of their cheap hydro energy and push it into the Kano network. And this integration in the northern grid is important for us to continue to work. Decentralization is good for access, but as we said, we need coordinated, centralized sub-regional systems. And lastly, I think, and His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Bagudu mentioned it, the amount of investment needed on infrastructure is tremendous. And the federal government is doing its part in setting a vision under the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The states are doing their part as well, and then we have private investors as well as DFIs. Everybody must chart together for us to be able to go through this challenge. But I'm glad to say that as a representative of the investor group in Kano Electricity, it is a good story taking a distressed asset that was under receivership to being one of the best performing distribution companies in Nigeria today, just over 20 months. It is a good story of local investment, but also it is a story of what we need to do to continue to expand and accelerate and grow. I'll close by saying I do not believe that there's any electricity market in Nigeria, in the world, talk less of Africa, better than the northern Nigerian electricity market, because as I've said, millions of people no electricity access today. This is the biggest game in town, and we'll continue to work with the conveners, the federal government, as well as our state governors to ensure that we can drive electrification and investment across our country. I thank you very much for your time.
Please appreciate Ahmad Rufai Zakari, OON, once again, for his declaration that Northern Nigeria is the market. So the deal makers are here, the deal room is ready. Please go into the deal room and make the deals. Put your hands once again for him, please. So like we said, I'm told lunch is ready. We will be now rising to go for lunch. Well, while the lunch is on, the matchmaking deal and in the deal room sessions will be on. So for those of you who will not want to take lunch, you prefer to go for the deals, please, you are free to do so. When we come back from lunch, like I said earlier, we will be having two panel discussions. One is on power, bridging the power deficit in northern Nigeria, scalable investments in decentralization system, and grid resilience strategies for northern energy security. And the second panel is on agriculture, from farm to factory to fortune, pathway to northern Nigeria agro-industrial transformation. These two sessions will be, the power session will be moderated by Habibu Sadiq, while the agriculture session will be moderated by Jafar Umar, DG NABG. Panelists for the power session are Ahmad Rufai Zakari, Professor Babakali Alkali, Abdul Oladako, Rahila Thomas, and Engineer Yusuf Usman Yahya. While the agriculture panelists will be or are Habiba Sulaiman as lead presenter, and panelists will be Aminu Inyako, Usman Ali Lawan, PhD, Ratson Chekede, and Mr. Joel Popola. So can we now all rise and go for lunch? Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you so much for being here as participants, as lead investors, deal makers. We will come back to the two panel sessions after lunch. Thank you. It's my privilege and honor to call on panel 1, titled on power, titled Bridging the Power Deficit in Northern Nigeria, Scalable Investments in Decentralization System and Grid Resilience Strategies for Northern Energy Security. The moderator for this panel is Mr. Abubakar Umar. Please put your hands together for Abubakar Umar as he comes to take his seat as the moderator for the power panel. Thank you. You're welcome. And the panelists are the following: Ahmad Rufai Zakari, OON, Investor Representative, Future Energies Africa, and MD Kano Electric. Please put your hands together for him. He spoke to us much earlier. The second panelist is Professor Babakali Al-Ali from Glasgow Caledonian University, United Kingdom. Please put your hands together for Professor Al-Ali as he comes. The third panelist is Abdul Oladapo, Managing Partner, Multi International. Please put your hands together for Abdul Oladapo. The next panelist is Rahila Thomas. Rahila Thomas is Country Director, Energy Market and Rates Consultants Limited. Please put your hands together for her. It's not loud enough. She's a lady. Give her that rousing. Thank you. Yes. And the last but not the least of the panelists is Engineer Yusuf Usman Yahya, former MD, Kaduna Electric. Please put your hands together for him. Before I introduce the moderator for the power sector panel, because I will do his introduction and then he will introduce the panelists himself, or he will allow the panelists to introduce themselves. I am directed to warmly request you to please come forward, move forward. Those of you who are at the back, there are enough seats here so that we can populate these very, very first seats. Please come over to the front. Those of you at the back there, you can at least come to the green chairs, and that way, thank you so much. Thank you. Like I said, our moderator for the power sector panel is Abubakar Umar. He's a senior consultant with PricewaterhouseCoopers Nigeria and a chartered accountant, ACA, with first-class degree in accounting. He specializes in the power and broader energy sectors, bringing a unique mix of financial expertise, regulatory insight, and transaction advisory experience. At PricewaterhouseCoopers, Abubakar advises public and private sector clients on projects relating to financial transformation, asset valuation, policy implementation, and transaction advisory support. He has played an active role in driving the implementation of the Electricity Act 2023, particularly at the subnational levels, supporting market transition, regulatory structuring, and financial readiness. Prior to consulting, Abubakar led the financial reporting unit at Yola Electricity Distribution Company, where he spearheaded IFRS compliance post-privatization, handled market reconciliations, and advanced revenue assurance and regulatory reporting to the NERC. His expertise covers due diligence, energy metering economics, project management, and financial modeling, with a proven ability to translate complex financial and regulatory issues into actionable strategies. Recognized for his analytical depth and collaborative style, Abubakar Umar is a rising voice in Nigeria's energy finance space, passionate about sector reforms, utility performance, and financial sustainability of the power industry. Please put your hands together for Abubakar Umar. Senior consultant with PricewaterhouseCoopers Coopers, Nigeria. And with your permission, I now hand over to you, Abubakar Omar. You will introduce the panelists, or you allow them to do the introductions themselves. Thank you. Please put your hands together for them again. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon all. It's my singular privilege to be the moderator of this afternoon panel session, session panel 1. With me, I have esteemed team of industry leaders, power sector experts here. And it's my privilege to also go through their profile, one after the other, starting with the person on my immediate left-hand side. The person on my immediate left-hand side, his name is Ahmad Rufai Zakari, who is an electrical engineer by training and also economics academician by background. He attended the State University of New York at Buffalo. He was also the special advisor to former late President Muhammadu Buhari on power and infrastructure 2019 to 2023. Prior to his current role as a public servant, Ahmad spent his career as General Electric company in the United States. Mr. Ahmad spent 15 years working across vast conglomerate of GE Electric, working on executing projects in 20 countries. Ahmad is also an alumnus of General Electric Corporate Audit and Staff. He's also a winner of General Electric Chairman Cycle Award for outstanding performance in the company. Mr. Ahmad has a distinction of being the only African to attain the position of executive director in the GE company at the age of just 28 years, only after 6 years being with the company. Ahmad also has the distinction of being the youngest cabinet in the former administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. Ahmad was also the secretary of the highest policy decision-making group in the country, where he is the secretary of the Presidential Power Sector Coordinating Working Group, chaired by the Vice President with membership from Kaduna State Government, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Finance, and CBN. Under Ahmad, as the special Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Infrastructure, he become a hub for deal structuring and investment. With no specific capital project, the office oversaw, participated, and coordinated multiple critical transactions in electricity transmission, distribution, and on and off grid renewables. Ahmad was also a critical participant in the National Council on Privatization, the NDPAC board, and the National Economic Council. Ahmad has been a pivotal member that has structured and revived Kano Electricity Distribution Company, and he's also serving as an advisor to Future Energies Africa, the investor group that bought the Disco from receivership in 2024. Ahmad is from Giwa local government under Kazaure in Jigawa State. He holds a traditional title of Santuraki of Kazaure and the Prince of the Royal Family of Kazaure by lineage. Ahmad is married with children and enjoys reading, horse riding, and is an admirer and collector of local African arts and craft. Please, round of applause for our presenter. The second person I want to go through briefly his profile is Professor Babakali Alkali, who has delivered the earlier first presentation here. Professor Alkali is an academician and industry leader from the Glasgow Caledonian University in the UK. He is a professor of mechanical energy and reliability. Over the past 2 decades, Professor Alkali has spearheaded a major research project exceeding $10 million, partnering with global industry. Professor Alkali has published over 95 peer-reviewed articles in leading international journals and conferences. He has successfully supervised 14 PhD students to completion and continues to mentor new researchers, while also serving as examiner for more than 20 PhD candidates across different institutions. His academic credentials include PhD in Operational Research and Applied Mathematics Statistics, and an MSc Applied Statistics from Salford University, Greater Manchester in the UK, alongside his BSc in Statistics from University of Maiduguri, Nigeria. Professor Alkali is a fellow of the Operational Research Society, Royal Statistical Society, the Institute of Mathematics and its Application, and the Higher Education Academy. Currently, he is the head of Mechanical Engineering Department and Professor of Maintenance and Reliability Engineering, School of Computing Engineering and Built Environment, Glasgow Caledonian University. He also served as a director of M&Z Upgrade Limited UK, where he delivered bespoke consultancy service and CPD courses of large-scale companies. Please round of applause for our prof. The next person on the list is Abdul Oladapo. Abdul is an infrastructure investment, finance, and PPP transaction personnel with over 20 years industry experience in Africa, Asia, and UK. He's the managing partner of Muti International, an infrastructure investment and delivery advisory with experience in PPP, infrastructure investment, climate finance, project management, delivering projects across Africa. His experience in managing and leading investment and transaction teams right from development stage through to fundraising, procurement, and subsequent financial close. Abdul also leads the infrastructure finance team at the UK-Nigeria Infrastructure Advisory Facility, advising senior government decision makers and providing technical assistance to federal and subnational MDS in screening, developing, and financing climate-smart infrastructure development opportunities across various sectors. Please round of applause for Abdul. The next person on the list, which is the only lady, is Rahila Thomas. Rahila has over 20 years experience, 20 years of combined public and private sector experience in the power sector. She has extensive knowledge of all aspects of the Nigerian electricity supply industry, from generation, transmission, and distribution, with respect to how the industry has evolved in structure, management, operations, and performance. She is the Country Director of Energy Market and Rates Consultant Limited, EMRC, in Nigeria, leading and managing an interdisciplinary and dynamic team of consultants and associates that provide transaction advisory, industry-wide power market analysis, financial and techno-economic due diligence, tariff design, policy, and regulatory support. Please round of applause for Rahila Thomas. The last person on the list is Engineer Usman Yahya. Engineer Usman Yahya is a registered engineer, is a management consultant, is a business executive, and is a power sector expert with over 17 years of diverse advisory and industry experience. Engineer Usman held senior leadership positions in roles in various companies, ranging from country manager for GE Water and Process Technologies within the GE Power Market, managing director of EN Consulting and Project Limited. He also pioneered the development of 350 megawatts of greenfield renewable project in northern Nigeria. He is a senior expert consultant with the USAID, United States Agency for International Development, of the Nigerian Power Sector Program, where he served as the senior advisor to the managing director, Rural Electrification Agency. He later became the director and chief executive officer of Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company, steering one of the northern discos through a challenging market landscape. Engineer Yahya's academic foundation is on petroleum and gas engineering, complemented by an MBA from Edinburgh Business School, UK, and is currently pursuing a doctorate degree in energy economics and management. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Power Engineers in Nigeria. He's a member of Corporate Governance Society of Nigeria and also a life member of the Institute of Directors. He currently serves as the managing director of Future Energies Africa, the core investors at Kano Electricity Distribution Company, where he continues to drive reforms, investments, and innovations aimed at strengthening Nigerian electricity power market. Please round of applause for Engineer Yusuf. You will agree with me that we have sufficient and relevant industry expert on this panel, and I'm sure that the discussion we are going to have is going to be a enlightening one. The moderator have given me time of less than 50 minutes, and I believe the panel will be able to deliver very well the point that we need to make on this. As I said earlier, this panel is going to converse on a discussion regarding the northern Nigerian electricity challenges, the solutions that we ought to maintain, and what is the way forward. So let me start with my senior colleague on the left-hand side, Engineer Ahmad Zakari. I think the earlier question I will ask Mr. Ahmad is about energy deficit in Nigeria. Last year, the total energy that is generated in the country and consumed is around 29,000 gigawatts. Out of that, the north as a whole, that's the total 19 states in the northern part of the country, consume only 34% of that. Inside that 34%, Abuja electricity is consuming almost 50% of that. So the question is that how can the north improve its energy capacity? And what source of generations, what's the source of generation sources, solar, hydro, should realistically fill this gap in the next 10 years? That's by 2035.
So thank you very much. It's a very good question, and I think it's a question that has numbers. So it gives a good context of what we want to discuss. I think the problem is both on demand and supply. So I think the metrics you reeled out say that only 34% of the energy in Nigeria, which is a low number to start with, is going to the north. And half of that is going to Abuja, meaning that all of the other states are only consuming half of 34%, essentially 17%. Why I say a bit of it is a demand and a supply problem. On the demand side, we have struggled to transition a lot of our industries from being purely agricultural markets to being agro-industrial markets. So essentially, if somebody is producing hibiscus, he's selling it to the Wano market, they're packaging it, and then they're selling it offshore to be processed. Cashews, same problem. So we have the demand problem in that we need to ensure that more processing, more industrial processing is done in country, particularly in state in northern Nigeria. That will start to help us figure out the demand problem. But that demand problem also cannot be facilitated without appropriate supply. So one of the problems we've had perennially that has killed many of our industries is this issue of lack of power supply and lack of affordable power supply, because some of our industries, even though they could consume grid power, are going fully off-grid. The Lee Group, for instance, in Kano's network, is 40 megawatts, and that 40 megawatts is completely off-grid today. We're currently in negotiations with them to bring them back onto the grid, but they decided to take themselves off the grid because of lack of reliability and other things. But they are suffering high cost of electricity, which is impacting their profit margins. The problem cannot be handled only by supplying electricity, but it also cannot be handled by only the demand side, because somebody wants to set up a factory in Katsina or in Kano or in Sokoto, and the first thing they're thinking about is, I don't have any stable electricity. So some of the work that electricity distribution companies, as well as the state governments, as well as the federal government need to do is to ensure that we are creating safe areas where industry can get supply. As I mentioned earlier, just in the first half of this year, Kano Electricity Distribution Company is actually pushing an extra, has grown industrial supply by 40%. And we did that because we encouraged industrial players that were off-grid to come back onto the grid, and rather than paying 280 naira per kilowatt hour for a gas solution, you can pay KEDCO 180 naira per kilowatt hour. You make 100 naira surplus on energy savings, and then you can drive. So, but I do believe that we have enough resources, enough ability in terms of solar and wind and hydro, that even if we just buy a little gas or leverage AKK, we could actually be one of the fastest growing markets in electricity in the world. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmad. I believe I have another follow-up question, but I will come in later. The issue of demand and supply is a very interesting one. But before that, I want to go to Prof. Prof, you have advised a lot of clients across the globe, a lot of them different investment pattern. But the questions I want to talk to you is relating to security and investment. We all know that the North is suffering from, insecurity challenges. So what kind of de-risking model that the government or the private sector need to employ to ensure that, the issue of power supply isn't hindered by the security challenges we are facing in the northern part?
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. Very good question. In terms of models for security for investors, the best model to use to consider is the PPP, the public-private partnership, or private-public security partnership. So that's one of the best models to try and consider. One of the main reasons for that is that there has to be some sort of sharing of the risks between the government and potential investors so that the asset is not abandoned. So that issue of abandonment of assets, electricity asset, is actually one of the main challenges. So the risk, the de-risking aspect of it is the use of the PPP model. There are different ways in how that can actually be implemented. The first one is more to do with the surveillance, of the whole infrastructure. The surveillance can actually be used by actually looking at the risk, by actually monitoring the system using CCTV cameras, using sensors that can actually be deployed to try and look at the aspect of security. And the second is actually look at the aspect of a risk transfer. So the government cannot just bear the risk of just losing the assets. That risk has to be shared between the government and potential investors. So in that case, the asset cannot be abandoned. Yes. And on the other hand, again, you have the aspect of accountability and affordability. So in terms of taking accountability of the main asset itself, there has to be some sort of a regulatory measures that needs to be put in place in terms of the issue if there's any abandonment of the asset. So the PPP model is actually the best model to consider when actually looking at the aspect of energy security.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. And that PPP, I believe we have a lot of discussion regarding that also. If time permits, we may return that. Abdul, you have played at the senior role with the UK NIAF, where you advise a lot of clients, I believe. There are a lot of conversation going on around, especially now that we have the Electricity Act going on. So my question here is that if there is one regulatory reform today that you are going to advise or recommend to the northern part of the country to accelerate investment in electricity, what will that possibly be and how can they try to achieve that?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I'll build on what others have said, because you have to look at demand, you have to look at supply, and my other colleague has talked about PPP, but regulatory reform, can you hear me please? I know it's a bit noisy. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, so one single regulatory reform, to be able to address the supply challenges particularly, right, you do need to create an environment where investors are comfortable to invest in power, right? Based on the Electricity Act 2023, it has created an opportunity for states, right? And I mean, it's important to note that northern states currently are actually behind a lot of the southern states when it comes to creating the electricity markets, right? And you do have a significant opportunity. You do have a significant opportunity to create market rules that would enable investment to come in, right? And when you're trying to set this up, it's not necessarily about reducing tariffs, right? It's really about creating that environment to having clear rules. When an investor decides, I'm going to, provide power to that would need to get to customers. How will revenue be collected? What are the assurances, right? I mean, I'm not advocating for a mechanism where all you provide is guarantees, where they'll always get their money irrespective of how, whether customers take the power or not. But you need to ensure a system is created where the customer, I mean, it actually goes from generation, it gets transmitted, it gets to customers, connections get done. So in creating your state electricity market, your regulator needs to have that capacity to create those rules for the investor to be able to invest in. And in addition to that, I mean, going beyond the supply side, on the demand side as well, yes, I'm pleased to note that all northern states except one have investment promotion agencies, and they all have embedded their PPP framework within their investment promotion agencies, which is crucial. Now, that mechanism there helps create projects, which creates economic activity. That economic activity is part of what would drive the demand side, which Ahmed was talking about earlier. Those are the kind of things that would enable you to have investors invest in agro-processing, for example, invest in other economic clusters. But really ensuring you focus on creating credible state electricity markets that would enable both on-grid and off-grid solutions is very important to drive electricity in your areas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Abdul. Thank you for that. I think I'll go next with Rahila. Rahila, you have been one of the chairman of one of the Northern Discourse. So the North has challenge regarding its network, metering, and so many other things. We have disadvantage on network, particularly when you look at the vast land compared to other part of the country. So what policy update, in your view, do you think will reduce ATC&C and accelerate investment in that?
Thank you for that question. So I know that there's always the temptation to always look at updating energy policies, power policies, laws, but if you look at the provisions of the law and policy today, I think they are sufficient to allow for the distribution companies in the north to access finance that is required to upgrade the network, meter, and improve services. For them to be able to attract investment or financing, I think what needs to happen is for everyone to implement what we have today in the different policies and laws. And what is required is political commitment. You also require regulatory certainty. You require financial viability and operational efficiency. Now, to achieve that, the distribution companies up north need to tackle ATC&C head on. If you look at the Nigerian electricity supply industry today, the aggregate technical and commercial and collection losses are about 39.5%. So let's look at it as 40%. If you go up north, with the 5 discos covering the 19 states, the ATC&C loss is around 55.4%. What that technically means is that for every naira of energy that comes into that region, there's a loss of about 55 kobo or 56 kobo. This definitely is not an attractive situation for financing. So there's a need to tackle that. Of course, this is exacerbated by the fact that up north, the multi-dimensional poverty index is around 80%. 74% in some places over 80%. So that exacerbates the losses factor. I think another culprit will be metering. The metering gap is huge. Collectively, if you put the 5 distribution companies together, they have a total of about 4.7 million customers. Now, 67% of that customer base are not metered. And because they are not metered, it tells that there's issues around estimated billing. And there's a huge distrust of customers where you have utilities because they feel that the estimated billing are over bloated, and it leads to unwillingness to pay and increases revenue loss. And of course, we talked earlier about the supply issues because you have the transmission constraints taking power from the south up north is an issue. So if I focus on metering, for example, there are all these government initiatives that distribution companies up north can leverage and use. So for example, we have the presidential metering initiative that raised about 700 billion to close the gap by 7 million meters over 3 years. That is an opportunity that the discos in the north need to take advantage. Also, the regulator has created a meter asset finance fund that provides finance or funds for discos to be able to meter. You have $500 million from the World Bank to also provide metering. So all these are on the table. It just depends on how the discos, use these initiatives in a way that can optimize revenue and reduce losses. As we all know, a fully metered customer base would always guarantee revenues, make it more stable and predictable for financiers and investors to be interested in that place. Lastly, the other thing I would like to touch on is unbundling and creating investable segments. So what do I mean by that? Sometimes problems, when they are big, it looks insurmountable, the network issues. But when such are broken down into smaller, manageable and financeable projects, then it is possible. Because you have investors that are willing to put in 10 billion naira, for example, in a ring-fenced area to address a problem because they can bank on the cash flow based on performance in that network. So I think another way that financing can come into the distribution network to improve the performance is to apply different business models to different customers. So it tells me that data has to drive your strategy. There are some areas where you ring fence and they need their power to be augmented using embedded generation, which has been mentioned earlier. There are some areas that you just have to outsource collection to improve the revenues in that area. And all this is driven by the level of losses. So that's another way of doing that. And I think lastly, I'll look at the fact that it's important for the distribution companies to leverage solar use, solar because it's high potential in the north, and they can do mini grids to address the underserved and unserved areas of the area. So really, you don't need any further adjustments or amendments to policy. What we have works, can work. We just need to implement it. So when you implement it, we see where we need to make changes, then we'll go back and make changes. But right now, you need the political commitment to really just enable the environment to thrive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rahila. That's so much of a quiet insight. You have touched on many areas from metering to mini grids and other aspects, which also shows that is the Electricity Act right? You touch on different peculiarities to solving problem. If Kasina needs something, probably Kano need another thing to solve their challenges. I will return to that with another follow-up question, but let me go to Engineer Yusuf. Sir, I think if I may say, you have been the MD of the entire Northwest Disco, having currently been playing a role with Kano and formerly with Kaduna Electricity. Let me make that question to be a bit open. What keeps you awake with respect to electricity in the northern part of the country in relation to generation, transmission, and distribution?
Abdul, very simply, the financial liquidity crisis and market sustainability. And I'll just give 3 data points just so that we can put some things in perspective. When the group of gentlemen and ladies, businesswomen met Mr. President a few weeks ago seeking an intervention from a sector shutdown, they had a bill for 4 trillion at hand seeking payment. 4 trillion. I don't know if you know any other business that's running on the back of a 4 trillion naira debt and counting. A few moments ago, we heard that plus minus discos in northern Nigeria are losing more than 50% of their revenue. Again, I do not know if you know any other business where you take a product to market and you collect less than 50% of what you have taken to market. And the last one is Future Energies Africa, a group of very brave and patriotic investors did something very daring. In 2023, November, they took a very bold step of walking into the fire to buy the core interests in Kano Electricity Distribution. For the financial year 2023, Kano Electricity Distribution lost 17 billion. A lot of work has gone in. You're sitting right next to an advisor and a representative of the investors, meaning that, you know, with focus and determination, you have begun to sort of address the challenges, inherent, external, and otherwise, in bringing Kano to really what is possible. But that is one out of many. The challenge then in the sector is such that because you have this liquidity crisis where the generation companies are not able to send that power to discos and collect, they are not making the right investments. But I'm not here to speak for the gencos right yet, just yet. Where we are, the segment of the market that we are, is such that we're not collecting. Is it because of the inadequacy of metering? And I should say, Rahila might not like this, but metering doesn't guarantee you revenue. We've seen what customers do with meters. But let's assume for a moment that you meter and that delivers the revenue. We're not seeing the revenue today in Kano. Because we're not seeing the revenue, we do not have the money, the funding, the financial leeway, other than what my investors are putting out steadily on a monthly basis to invest in the disco, to then invest in this utility. Because the requisite investment isn't coming in as quickly as it should, the customers are not happy, including those who think that they have unreasonable bills.
Yeah.
They are not motivated to pay their bills. Never mind those who are stealing energy or those who cannot afford the energy that they consume. And because they do not pay, the market is not receiving this revenue to maintain the turbines, gas or hydro, to pay for gas, and everything else that's in between there. This very vicious cycle we saw earlier on in the presentation by the former special advisor to the president, to the extent that if investments doesn't go in, you're not providing the sort of quality that keeps your customers happy. The customers are not happy, the revenue is not coming in, the revenue is not coming in, you restart the cycle all over again.
Vicious cycle.
And from where I sit, this is the problem. But the market is evolving, and we're in that space where, on the back of the Electricity Act, there's the opportunity now to work with the franchise states. In terms of regulation, in terms of their participation as investors, and we're now seeing what it is that partnerships can deliver between the franchise states and the electricity distribution. But ultimately, I guess sleepless nights, ensuring that we're able to pay the market at the end of every cycle and that we can continue to receive energy and serve our customers while finding the funding to continue to invest and improve the network.
Yeah, thank you so much, Engineer. That was an insightful one. There are so many takeaways. We have gone around the entire problem of the sector. Let me come back close, Mr. Ahmad. I think in your earlier presentation you have touched on a bit of that, but I'm sure if I may repeat the question, might be similar, but somehow you can provide more insight. You know, you have said that the northern part of the country is one of the highest places where there are a lot of underserved or underserved, unserved customers, and this is supported by data from the World Bank also. And then we have a lot of mini grids, different mini grids, more like, bifurcation of the grid into different segments. So the question is that, are we really going to achieve electrification and reliability with those mini grids? What is the position of, expanding different mini grids or ensuring that our grids have work to ensure that we benefit from the economies of scale?
So I think quickly, what we've been advocating for is inward out strategy and an outward in strategy. So what you'll find is if you go to Kano Metropolis or Katsina Metropolis or Dutse, you have a lot of assets to bring power there. The current model or the historical model is to continue to radially expand the grid through grid extension, which is slow and it can be costly. Now the newer model is outward in, go to places without electricity, put a mini grid, and then leave them alone. So what we've been pushing is this interconnected mini grid that bridges the gap. So if you're in peri-urban or rural areas, you look at the options. If it's isolated and far, just do the mini grid for the area alone. If it is connected to the grid, do a mini grid but connect it to the grid. It actually allows you to have a cheap mini grid because there's no battery needed. It connects directly to the grid, serves the community and can serve the grid. And then for areas that are within the urban landscape, you can expand and continue your grid extension. Now there's the last group which we at Future Energies Africa and Kano Disco are advocating with the states for. It is the group that their consumption is so low that they really don't need to have grid electricity now. The alternative is not to give them any power. So we just started last week a pilot with Kano, Katsina and Jigawa. We'd like to roll out thousands of solar home systems that are just individual standalone systems that can go into very rural locations that don't have any access to electricity. So the model we're doing is if you find a ruga or a karkara or a kauye, a small village, we'll take to them, say you have 50 huts there. Yeah. We're saying take a solar home system for every single hut individually, and then they can have supply for fan, at least to charge their phones, and some lights. We're also taking about 2 to 5 solar street lights for each of those communities, and we want a model. So this group, we don't think you should charge them for electricity. We think you should give them electricity for free as part of government's responsibility. So the grade is, we're saying, solar home systems for very poor communities, isolated mini grids for communities that are far from the grid, interconnected mini grids for communities that are close to the grid but get too little power, and then strengthening the grid for urban areas. That's kind of the model that we're working on in Kano. And we're also talking to Jos, Yola and Kaduna Discos to do best practice exchanges. We have a session we're going to do in the next couple of weeks so we can align on this model and then engage with our state governments on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmad. That was an insightful point here. Let me move to Prof. Prof, I want to discuss on the issue of tariff. Usually, whenever I'm discussing issue of tariff, industry experts tend to say tariff is more of an art or science. It's an emotional conversation. But the question I want to throw is straightforward. What is the position of electricity affordability, availability, and reliability? They are competing variables whereby investors want high tariff, customers cannot afford or do not want high tariff. So how do we balance this tariff system, especially considering the economic situation of the country?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for that question. In my earlier presentation, I actually mentioned the aspect of the 43% of the population don't have access to electricity from the national grid. So when you actually have the aspect of reliability, availability, and affordability, first and foremost, availability is to guarantee access to energy, electricity, for the end consumer. So the reliability aspect, if customers cannot have access to electricity, reliability does not exist.
Yes.
So, and on the other hand, if they have access and you have the aspect of reliability of the electricity in place, in terms of can the customers afford it? I mean, you just mentioned the aspect of free energy to some communities in going forward. So when it comes to tariff, there are different types of tariff options that can actually be put in place. Those tariff options can actually be subsidized because in terms of investors coming in, what will be the return in investment if I invest in, say, mini-grid or other forms of energy? You have to look at that 5, 10, 15 years down the line, how do I recover the money that I've got? So that tariff option is actually really, really important. And again, there could be the aspect of cross subsidies in terms of tariff options to some commercial companies that can actually buy tied and block rates from the energy providers. So that could be an existing tariff options that can actually look at. So there are tied and block rates. A mixture of those ones can actually be provided by the... So those are really, really important aspects that have to do with tariff because investors basically have to look at the aspect of tariff because if we're actually putting money in, what do we get
in return?
The return. Yeah. So when it comes to the aspect of reliability, availability in terms of access to energy and affordability, they are actually interrelated. So as I mentioned earlier on, those tariff options is actually looked at carefully in terms of pricing. Say for example, a household can actually be given 0 to 50 kilowatts at a flat rate for a month.
Yeah, block tariff.
If they might be able to afford it for a certain period of time.
Yeah.
So the price of electricity in terms of, is it 187 naira per kilowatt at the moment? So again, you want to try and look at the situation in the north. Can people afford energy for their daily food consumption?
Yeah.
So that's the question in going forward.
Yeah.
So reliability, availability, and affordability basically are all interrelated.
Yeah.
So if one doesn't exist, so the other one collapses. Entirely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof, for that. Abdul, the next question, I'm going to dive into the Electricity Act. You know, this is what has been trending, and I see a lot of activities, particularly on the UKNIAF. A lot of states are passing their laws. Other states have passed, some states have received transition order. So in your opinion, what is the area that those states supposed to, focus on to ensure that they have improved their electricity?
Okay, there are a number of provisions in the Electricity Act which the states can take advantage of. So for example, it gives them powers to regulate generation and also, regulate distribution. One of the things that would need to happen as a result of them getting a transition order is that the DISCOs will be mandated to create subcos and I think I'll maybe build on what Rahila said earlier. Sometimes when a problem is too big, if you make it smaller, it might be easier to manage. So by having maybe a subco, now we can reflect back on what has happened in the Nigerian supply industry for many years. States have heavily invested in the distribution assets in the country. I mean, a lot of the wires that has been built and installed, they're owned by states, right? They were put in there by states, but they don't have any ownership in there. In a way, it sort of discourages for the investment sometimes, and in some cases, government wants to invest because they do realize, I mean, for example, you're the governor of your state, right? You don't have the people in your state are not going to Abuja to complain about electricity. They're complaining to you. Yeah. You might just decide, you know what, you sit down with your essays and commissions and you decide to commit a portion of your budget on electricity, and you can continue to invest. But when that is not actually factored into some sort of ownership, it's a challenge. So one of the things that states should do is, for the distribution companies, they should engage with the federal government. They have invested in over time, and the records are there. The investment federal government has made, the investments states have made. Yeah. It is codified. It can be taken in, and some sort of valuation can be made to actually give states some sort of ownership in the disco. And then a state can then decide, are we willing to further invest in distribution, right? Because you do have challenges, particularly in some of the discos, where the liquidity challenges are so difficult, are so serious that they can't invest further, right? I'm not always an advocate of government investment, but for some of the short-term challenges you need to address, that might be a way to consider it. So if you have a mechanism to be able to work out that 40% that is held by federal, which of it, maybe all of it can move to the states, and there will be some sort of arrangement to move government. It might be looking at the assets of the Nigeria, the other power holding company, for example. So I think there are ways that can be managed, and that gives states seats on the table on the distribution assets. Then what they can do in making their state electricity market work is in licensing generation. Yes, there is on-grid. Ahmed has talked about off-grid as well. There's also the opportunity for them to ensure they are able to roll out or create a mechanism that would increase investment in off-grid in their states as well. Yeah. So like really able to ensure, the market works from generation to distribution, and being able to at least ensure they actively support the distribution companies to be able to work a lot more effectively. I would allow industry experts like Rahil and Engineer Yusuf to put in more detail, but I think these are thoughts that would help improve the electricity markets in the States.
Yeah, thank you so much. You touched about equity, which I believe Ahmed also discussed and shows how they are partnering with Jigawa State with regard to those kind of things. It's an interesting. Rahila, my next question to you is about subsidy. It's more like 2-in-1. Can the sector survive without subsidy? And then what is the best way to administer subsidy, considering we have a lot of people who cannot afford such?
Very sensitive topic, I would say, considering where we are today in Nigeria. So when you think about the state of the economy, we have inflation down to 20.12%, which is good, that it's dropping, but that has not translated to improved purchasing power for the people. If you look at the fact that I think last week the central bank reduced the MPR to 27%, that tells you that interest rates will drop, but they are still above 30%, and that is quite prohibitive in getting loans for your business. And you also look at the cash reserves ratio, which again was dropped from 50% to 45%. That says that there's enough cash now for the banks to lend to the real sector. All that has effect on the power sector, and it's not surprising. when you talk about subsidies, for instance, I have to use numbers to be able to respond to that. So if you look at the first quarter of 2025, MBET invoiced all the distribution companies about 905 billion naira. Now, 40.8% of that is the obligation of the distribution companies, and the difference, which is 59.2%, is what government is providing in subsidies. And that subsidy, while it's creating lower tariffs for the certain customers, it is targeted at the production because that goes to the generation companies for the energy they are selling. So looking at that balance, and you say to yourself, how much is being remitted? Today, you have the distribution companies remitting about 96%. So they are paying their share of that invoice. They are paying 96%. I think about 7 discos from the 11 are paying 100% of their obligation. And I'd like to say that Yola and Kano, I think, are one of those northern discos paying 100%. And I think 35% of that subsidy, yes, I think is a good place to clap. Very good place to clap, and well done, Ahmed and the team. So if you look at that number, 35% of that goes to the northern discos of the subsidy. It tells me that the payment risk has moved from the distribution end of the business to the government, because government is not paying. I mean, Yusuf talked earlier about the debt. Yeah. So it tells me that in the state in which the market is today, or the sector, you cannot do without subsidies. It cannot really, it will struggle without subsidies. But more importantly, it will not thrive if you don't have a carefully managed and transitional subsidy regime. I think that is really the key word there. It has to be well managed, it has to be transitional, it has to be targeted, transparent, and also ensure that it is really meeting the purpose for subsidies. Subsidy is not meant to be a permanent crutch. It's meant to be something that you use to take a company or a sector from a survival mode to a sustainable mode. So from where I stand, and the numbers is telling me that subsidy won't go away. If you just think for 1 minute that you took out subsidy completely, it would be a colossal collapse of the financial system in the power sector. So that's not what we want. We want a better structured subsidy regime that allows that transition to a more sustainable. And to your second question, where it sits, the Electricity Act provides for what you call a Power Consumer Assistance Fund. This was also in the former Act, EPSRA, but was never implemented. So I would, advocate for the need for that mechanism to be established, because it pulls away subsidy from within the tariffs. So the way it works is that the Electricity Act says cross-subsidization should go away completely. And the only way for you to do that over time is to quantify it. So if you quantify it, what the Act is saying is that it will be structured as a levy. So there will be a selection of customers who will be paying into that fund for subsidy, and you have eligible customers also paying. NERC is going to determine what the rate of contribution is, and it will be guided by the Ministry of Power as to how it will be disbursed. So for me, I feel that the PCAF, as it's called, should be implemented. And in terms of targeting, you have today the conditional cash transfers happening. It's supposed to target 15 million households. So we can use the national social registers today to determine that, because in the power sector, the total customer base is about 13 million. And those that will be subsidized, the fraction of that. So I see that it is possible to structure a subsidy that would really, be transitional and support the industry to get to a sustainable state. I think that's where, and what I wanted to respond to was Yusuf's point earlier, where he said that metering is not, I mean, and I agree with you, metering is not a silver bullet. However, what I did not qualify it with is that it has to be done in parallel with so many other revenue protection measures, and more importantly, also, bringing in automated or advanced metering infrastructure in a way that you can remotely detect tampering and, ensure that revenue is not leaking. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Raila, for taking that. I understand subsidy is a very sensitive topic, especially now. I'll go forward to Engineer Yusuf, and I think that is a very important question for particularly this forum. Last year, a lot of activities, a lot of incidents happened, particularly affecting only the northern state. If we recall, around April, Jos Gombe line has developed a fault, throwing the entire northeast state, almost 5 or 6 of them, into darkness. I think it's lasting for about 6 weeks. And similar incident also happened around October, whereby the Ugwaj upper line also developed fault. The entire northwest, north central, northeast, and some part of north central also do not have electricity for more than 1 or 2 weeks. It impacted, hospitals, education, even the revenue for the generation companies. So this is like, 1 or 2 single point of failures. What is the leaders, do either individually or collectively as a region to ensure that, a point of failure does not render the entire region in darkness for a prolonged period of time?
I'll give, again, a reference project just so that we can also relate with it. When power went out because the Shiroro-Mando line was compromised, in addition to the backup, it took out Kano electricity distribution operations and other discos, but I'll focus on Kano for a moment, for 12 days. And other discos as well. For 12 days, there was no power. But there's a community in Kano called Gidadubu, where one of the businesses within the FEA group had developed before now a 1 megawatt interconnected mini grid, serving a large population there of customers. They were not affected at all for those 12 days. In fact, some people did not know that that had happened.
Interesting.
And this was instructive in the time since FEA is now being in KEDCO, distributed power. Again, we saw earlier on this morning when we saw the presentation on the outlook for electrifying Northern Nigeria 2025 to 2035. We see the infrastructure gap there, generation-wise, transmission-wise. We're at the far end of the grid. There's no generation in the region that we're discussing. You're susceptible to whatever fragilities are happening in the transmission network. And so the lesson, instructively as well, to KEDCO and for us within the FEA group then was to look at distributed energy. And if you want to bring it home more closely, embedded generation. And you can go low as well and do the isolated mini-grids and interconnected mini-grids. And so in Kano, what we're doing, it's a template that's replicable, is really that to the extent that you're susceptible to the weaknesses in the grid, you must then bring in some element of generation within your network. You will do this analysis on the basis of a least cost electrification model. Some communities are better served with solar home systems, for example. Some you could extend the grid. Some interconnected mini grid. Others, as FEA is doing, is really that for the first time, we're now leading investment to bring in and start utility scale grid connected gas-fired generation within Kano electricity distribution network. This really will be the way to go. You cannot be, haphazard about it, certainly not. It will not be a knee-jerk reaction, but if you have a network, you have multiple states, you have majority of northern Nigeria out of power for 12 days because the two strings connecting the two ends of that network has gone down, it means then that you need to bring some generation closely, is the first part. The second part is the recognition that our customers are citizens of states. And in that respect, the partnership, the support, and the collaboration with states is critical. And so the engagement, as the FEA group has recently had, you know, with the leadership of some states, I mean the franchise states in KEDCO, is really where are you? Where are you going? What is the outlook? And how can we jointly advance the cost of electrifying our people? Yeah. For the states, is social investments. Yeah. For KEDCO, is social investments, is financial returns, is corporate social responsibility.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer. I believe those are good measures. Before we round up, Ahmed, I want to just hit on one question. We have Electricity Act, every state is passing their own law. What are your fears, you know, or excitement regarding every state have a regulatory, you know, body, considering you play across different states?
I think it's a fitting question, perhaps, to close the session. The regulation does not bring investment. And I think right now there's two groups of individuals on this, or two groups in this Electricity Act. You know, they're proponents, and there's not opponents, but some that are asking for us to treat with caution. As I showed the group earlier, there's certain cross-subsidy regimes that make sense. Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa as a cluster, if you take out Kano, Katsina and Jigawa's electricity becomes unaffordable and potentially inaccessible. You have the same with Kaduna, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara. If you take out Kaduna, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara are not real bankable markets. So there was some concern from some of us northern power sector participants when the Electricity Act was passed, because as I stated earlier, there is no power plant greater than 100 megawatts in the northeast or the northwest, and even in the north central we only have Kogi and Niger. So whereas if you go to the southern part of the country, because that's where most of the gas was and the investments were initially, even Bayelsa has more installed capacity than the entire Northeast. Yeah. So our worry is we now had an uneven market and we then said everybody go your way. But one part of the country doesn't have any infrastructure or capability for a market, and the other is fully set up. So we are still pushing and advocating for a fairer electricity market model. We're still working with our states, particularly, like I said, in Kano electricity distribution network. We are pushing for a joint electricity regulatory market between Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa. We're also advocating that Kaduna, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara do the same. And if we would have our wish, we would even hope for a northwest regional market and then advocate for a northeast regional market. And then if I have a hydro plant, or Kaduna now has gas plants and AKK coming can come, Kaduna can power the northeast with gas. We can take some hydro from the north central. In the northeast, where we have Datunkowa, we have Kashimbila and other dams, they can also work, and then we can also see how to give them more. But we should not be advocating for Zamfara or Nasarawa or even Sokoto, small markets, to go away, because they actually cannot sustain a tariff in our numbers below 250 to 300 naira per kilowatt hour. And if you have a tariff of 250 to 300 naira per kilowatt hour, that's diesel generation level, and then nobody can provide investment or industrial output there. So we're opposed to this full cannibalization. We are working on it both intellectually and from an investment standpoint, and we pray and hope that with the amendments to the Electricity Act, as well as some states taking more liberty with the room given in the Act, we can come up with some solutions that work for everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. That is an interesting discussion and a very, very insightful point. The issue of the Electricity Act is a very sensitive one. Every state is trying to. So because of, in the interest of time, I just want us maybe in 30 seconds to just answer. Let me start from Engineer Yusuf there. I just want the question across board. What is your thought about Ban A perspective?
It's a solution to a problem, and so far mixed reviews, but it is addressing the problem. What was the problem? How do I get the tariff, or how do I get customers to pay what it is reflective of their consumption? As a thoughtful approach to sort of engaging those who can afford it and those who are receiving better quality of service, those who should pay more, given that they receive more in that proportional manner.
Yeah.
I think it's a creative solution at a long-running problem, but it's still work in progress.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Rahila?
Well, my view is that when you have uniform tariffs across the country, it tells me that it's inefficient pricing, because it's not really factoring in the actual cost of operation. Because what 209 did, while it is creative, fine, because it's matching the service levels, what is done is just reduce. So government decides that, I need to reduce my government obligation, subsidy obligation.
Yeah.
You take out a portion, 25%, and you just smear it across a particular band that can afford it. So what I would suggest is, of course, a redefining or redesigning of tariffs by the distribution companies in a way that it's much more equitable, in a sense, because if I'm in band A, I'm paying 209. If I'm in band B, I pay maybe under 100 naira, and I'm getting 16 hours. I'm okay with that, because the marginal increase in the power I get, I can sort that out, or I can do without it even, because it's just so high. So I think that the distribution companies must look at redesigning their tariffs in a way that it can give the right price signals to investors to bring in finance and investment, but also provide, push customers to be more willing to pay, because they feel that the tariffs are much more equitable rather than having this huge disparity between them. So that's, and the last point is that I think it's also important that the states and the distribution companies need to partner to carry out an electricity affordability study. I think it's so important, because for states, they can use that for planning, and it's a strategy document, a tool for a DISCO to understand who can afford what and how you can play around social welfare initiatives and all that. Thank you.
Yeah, electricity affordability is a good initiative, even though some people are mirroring, poverty index, minimum wage, and other metrics to check that. Abdul, in 30 seconds, what's your thought on Bane?
Yeah, thank you. I'll build on what my colleagues have said. Well, so really, looking at affordability is very, very important, because some of the areas we talk about, underserved areas with inadequate, with no access and all of that, when they actually do get power, they typically would pay higher than Band A. And that's one reality. When you look at some of the tariffs paid at mini-grid assets in rural communities, they're higher than Band A. So it's important to do an affordability study and really be clear about what are people paying for the kind of power they get. And you translate that into it. Government is struggling to pay its obligations. If you keep everybody, if the subsidy continues, 4 trillion will balloon and all. So in as much as Bandia is seems to be an initial solution. It's really important to ensure the market transitions to market-reflected tariffs. But on the side of that, it's also important for economic activities to be created for people to be able to afford to pay for electricity. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof.
Thank you very much. From my own point of view, because I've not read the Electricity Act 2023 in detail, the aspect that had to do with the banding system, I feel from my experience is a bit marginalizing some aspects of the community or consumers as a whole. The reason why I'm actually saying that, and I totally agree with the panelists that say that the affordability study needs to be conducted, just to ensure that the aspect of electricity can be affordable to everybody. The reason why I'm actually saying that, I've done some study in the UK in terms of looking at the percentage increase for the whole UK in terms of the number of kilowatt that has been paid by individual is the same for everybody, unless if someone has to pay for a green rate, which is actually higher.
Yes.
So that's my take on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know maybe 1 or 2% among the audience will say it's a discrimination, or maybe they will accuse of bias. So, Ahmed, I think you can take out the closing on your thought.
I mean, I think, look, diesel is like 320 naira per kilowatt hour. Band A is 209. I think one thing it did, it proved that if you provide power at a rate below diesel, there's a market for it. But I do think we need to redesign the tariffs. It was a good experiment at that time. But to be honest, very few people in Kano's network pay 209. We discount everybody and we keep most residential customers at 80 because it's not a real tariff that we did based on our reality. So I think it was a good experiment. Maybe it's time for us to migrate away from it.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. I believe this is a wonderful discussion. So many takeaways and solutions are provided by industry experts. I think in the interest of time, this has come to the end of our conversation on that. I believe we have learned a lot and understand so much. The conversation continues, and that's the importance of having that summit. I believe when we begin to discuss the problem at a larger scale, we can begin to solve the problem, even not immediately, but gradually. So thank you very much, panelists. Thank you so much.
Please put your hands together once again for the entire panel. It's been a wonderful panel, very, very incisive, engaging, robust discussion, and I like the way it ended with the need for the revisit of Band A, because we in Abuja, we are feeling it so much. I don't know about you. We will very quickly call on the second panel session on agriculture. The second panel session on agriculture, beginning with the moderator, Jafar Umar, Director General, Nigerian Agricultural Business Group. Please put your hands together for the Director General, Nigeria Agriculture Business Group, NABG. He is going to moderate the agriculture session with the title From Farm to Factory to Fortune. Once again, put your hands together for him, please, as he comes. And his panelists are the following. Habiba Suleiman, Head of Strategic Partnership, TGI Group. Habiba Suleiman, Head of Strategic Partnership, TGI Group. Thank you. The next panelist is Aminu M. Nyaku, MD CEO of Sebore Farms. Aminu M. Nyaku, MD CEO of Sebore Farms. We also have Usman Ali Lawan, PhD, Dr. Farmer in Suit. Usman Ali Lawan, PhD, Dr. Farmer in Suit. The next panelist is Redson Tedeke. Redson Tedeke, CEO NFGCS. Redson Tedeke. Please put your hands together for him. That's him coming. Thank you. Thank you. The last panelist is Mr. Joy Popola, Chair Africa Group, Ambassador North East London. Mr. Joel Popola, Chair African Group, Ambassador North East London. I was looking for someone in suit, actually. Please put your hands together for Joel Popola, Chair African Group, Ambassador North East London.
Nice to meet you. Good afternoon.
Without much ado, it's same 45 minutes. Mr. Jafar Omar, DG NABG, will take it from here. I will, because of time, I will advise and expect you to please introduce yourselves briefly, and then we go into the session. Please put your hands together for this session on agriculture.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. I would say next to power, yes, agriculture is the most significant topic of conversation for northern Nigeria's development. And to set us quite nicely into the conversation, I believe there's a brief presentation by Hajia Habiba from TGI Group. The topic is, can we leapfrog the North's agricultural industrialization? This presentation will lead us nicely into the actual panel conversation that we'll be having this evening. Hajia Habiba, please. Bismillah.
Just ask, they're hearing us, so ask them. The ICT, are you ready with the presentation, please? ICT? Are you ready with the presentation? What's the title?
Can we leapfrog the North's agro-industrialization?
Hmm?
Can we leapfrog the North's industrialization?
Okay, you can just say it, let them hear you.
Okay. Where's Kaduna? Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies.
The title of your so
they can, okay. So yes, good evening, and thank you for waiting up until now. The title of the presentation is, Can we leapfrog the North's agro-industrialization? I don't know if you can set it up on the screen so we can get started. Okay, I think it's coming up. Okay. All right. So like Jafar said rightly, my job here is just to set the context, before we jump right into the panel. And the idea is just to give you an idea of how we used to be, how the North used to be the bedrock of agro-industrialization for the entire country, how just that sector used to power the entire revenue, of this country, how it used to create jobs and all of those. And now we're back to square one. We're struggling with imports. We're struggling to feed ourselves, and all of those sorts of things. And so the idea is to help paint the picture of what's possible because of what has been before. First slide, please. Okay, good. So very quickly, I'll run you through, like I said, the contextual background, the shift where things changed, where we are today, what is at stake, and where do we go from here. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, good. And so in the 60s, agriculture used to contribute about 60% of our GDP, 80% of our forex, and used to employ over 70% of the labor force in the country. That was how much agriculture used to power the entire economy. And so you had regional specialization based on, on what was most viable for specific regions. So you had cocoa in the southwest, you had oil palm in the southeast, you had groundnuts and cotton in the north. And so usually this again was powered by smallholder farmers, peasant farmers that would typically cultivate 2 to 3 hectares. And this was what powered exports, powered food production, powered revenue, powered recurrent and capital expenditure financing. Next slide. Right. And so, because of that, you had deliberate government policy that came in to further strengthen, and support for that to continue happening. And so you had the Nigeria Research Institute Act of 1964, which powered research. You had agri-input financing and subsidies, and then you had financing via the Nigerian Agriculture and Cooperative Bank. So there was very deliberate financing for agriculture. There was deliberate financing of research to power the segment. And then obviously, because of demands, exports were flowing. You had revenue that was stable to an extent because of, dedicated supply. And so what you saw was infrastructure started to get into line to support for that to happen. So you had rail infrastructure, you had road networks that were feeding from production centers to processing centers. And then obviously, if you recall, we had the groundnut pyramids, right? That was a symbol of wealth. And even tourist attractions in the north. And all of this was produced by peasant farmers because there was a dedicated pathway to production and supporting for production. Next slide. Right, and so that powered, so continuous production, surplus production, you had cotton ginneries, you had textile mills and factories, you had processing and value addition happening. And so this just tells you that that trajectory was setting over a period of time. We saw that production was financing job creation across rural economies. So even beyond the north, it was financing textile factories and giving raw material for textile factories in other parts of the country. And this was, giving job creation for rural populations across board. So after that, next slide, please. Right, and so this is where we had the shift. Now from the 1970s onward, as soon as oil came into place, we abandoned agriculture because obviously nobody wanted the long toiling. We wanted easy, exploitation of the underground. And so what we saw, next slide, was that over time, because attention shifted from primary production from agriculture to rapid extraction of underground resources. And so you saw GDP fell. I told you GDP was somewhere around 80%. It fell down to 21% as soon as we shifted, right? Policy attention, public investment also shifted as well. So even the attention we used to give to research and all those sorts of things drastically was changed because we just lost focus and shifted to oil and gas. And so commodity boards that provided that structure and stability were dismantled naturally, and you had a pervasive sense of neglect across rural areas. And so, that is really central because the prior, sort of system we had where the rural economy fueled revenue and fueled job creation, they were a part of something. There was attention that went all the way back. So research was financed, financing for production was there because we saw that there was a pathway. But as soon as we shifted focus to oil and gas, what happened was the rural economy just felt as if there was a divide and they were no longer connected to the central economy. And so what happens with that is that you lose that trust where the economy feels that they are tied or the government now looks after them. And then so what happened was over time, you saw that eroding, rural livelihoods were getting eroded, there were job losses, and everything that segment fed also declined as a result. Next slide. And so obviously we went into imports. We didn't have, policy instability. raw material shortage. Again, because there was raw material shortage, all of the processing facilities, all of the milling facilities were shutting down because there was no raw material to finance and fund production. You had declining investment. So investors, naturally, there's no raw material, they will leave to other places where they can find raw material. Nobody's creating the jobs, lots of job losses. And then you had a move from value chain-led rural prosperity to commodity, first low-value production. So that comes with wheat processing as well, so storage, you have market systems entrenched. And what that does is that you're exchanging a diversified job-creating agricultural economy for a very volatile mono-resource economy that's oil-based. And up till today, as you know, we're still trying to diversify and go back to where we were before, because then you had multiple value chains, you had multiple segments of the value chain that was actively engaging and employing people. Now you're back to trying to revive all of those. What you had was, at the same time where we're shifting to oil, other similar countries and similar nations with the same demographic as ourselves were doubling down on agriculture. They were investing heavily, they were supporting production. And so the difference is clear. And so one example would be Malaysia, for example, where they say, Malaysia got its first oil palm seedlings from Nigeria. Today, they're the second largest producers of oil palm globally. We used to be like that. Nigeria used to be leading global producers of oil, of groundnuts and cotton and all those sorts of things. Now we're back to, ranking in the 100s and 80s and all of those. So something really wrong happened, and we exchanged a very stable economic base for something that's very volatile, as you will see with oil, and now we're heavily trying to diversify and go all the way back to where we were before we came here. Next slide. Right? And so one thing that hasn't changed is that smallholder farmers that used to constitute the majority of our production then are still the same guys constituting the majority of our production today. So about 90% of the food we consume comes from smallholder farmers. Next slide. Right? And so this means that we're still heavily dependent, again, on those same obsolete systems. The hoes, the cutlasses is still what powers food production in the country. Irrigated farming accounts for less than 2% of total cultivated area, even though we have 70% of the entire country's irrigation potential. So we're heavily not investing in things that would finance, and ramp up productivity. Our farmers are heavily still reliant on rainfall, and rainfall, as you know, continues to, fluctuate with climate change impact and all of those. And so what you have now is that production is heavily affected. Flooding and droughts and all those sorts of things that are increasingly becoming the order of the day. And so our rural production, the smallholder farmers are heavily affected. Our production systems are very weak and fragmented. You do not have financing because, again, it's a very risky venture to get into agriculture. What happens if everything is lost to flooding? And so now, between 2019 and 2024, agriculture contributed an average of 24% to our GDP. But our total share of agriculture in our exports is just 3.3%. This is far behind peer countries. So Egypt, for example, has 17.5%. South Africa has 10.6%, and just Ghana here has 20.7%. We're at 3.3% of non-oil agricultural exports. Next slide. All right. And so again, we now heavily, so things that we used to produce and be self-sufficient and export, we're now heavily reliant on imports to even feed ourselves, right? Unfortunately, now our input financing is severely limited. Who's going to borrow at 27%? Who can afford to borrow at 27%, right? High cost of inputs. Just between last year and this year, EOP per hectare for certain crops almost tripled. Cost of production, fertilizer, everything has gone up. And so it's practically even unaffordable for farmers to produce food that we heavily rely on for consumption. Next slide. Right, our maize yields, so again, our yields are below global averages, where countries are yielding 11 metric tons per hectare, 7 metric tons per hectare, we're below 2 tons per hectare. And again, if you look at the population growth that we have, that's a severe crisis, because that means you're heavily reliant on food from outside. You're sort of outsourcing your food security to survive. Extension agent to farmer ratio. So usually the standard, global standard, is supposed to be one extension agent to 150 to 200 farmers. We have one extension agent to 8,500 farmers here in Nigeria. That's where we are at the moment. And then obviously, we have over 35,000 square kilometers of our land becoming desert every year, right? So you have that desertification advancing by 600 meters across 10 northern states, I think, per annum every year. and we're not doing anything about it. You know, we seem just really comfortable and those are, but this is alarming. This is a crisis. Next slide. Right, and so, like I said, the climate change issues, so flooding continues to destroy thousands of crop per year. In 2024 alone, over 1.3 million hectares of cropland was destroyed. It displaces people, it displaces smallholder farmers, so you have 100,000. Currently in the country, about 3.6 million people have been displaced, largely because of conflict and climate change impact. A lot of these people are the farmers that produce the food that we eat, right? And so, again, we're still reliant on very obsolete equipment, so the hoes and cutlasses that we used to have in the 60s are still what is obtainable today to produce food that we consume. Next slide. Right. Yeah, and so again, same with how our exports were 3.3%, agriculture constitutes about 3.3%, our national budgetary allocation to the sector is also less than 3%. And so we do not contribute heavily to research, we're not heavily financing production, and our farmers are scrapping, like I said, to even produce the food that we eat. Our research institutions do not get funding, they don't have equipment or staff, and that's really where we are at today. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, yeah, so this just shows you what it looks like where you have droughts and dry spells. And the idea is that beyond even flooding now, you have cases where the rains would come and farmers will plant and then the rains just cease and everything dries up and there's no money to plant again because everything has been lost, right? Next slide. And then add to that new diseases. So you have new diseases that are coming up. You have unprecedented levels of drought. You have quillar birds. I don't know if you guys are familiar. So places like Kebbi, for example, we have a very serious epidemic of quillar birds that are consuming and eating up farmlands in a matter of hours and grains in a matter of hours. In Kebbi alone, over 95,000 of rice hectares were lost to quillar birds in 2023. If you do the math and then you realize that these farms were owned by smallholder farmers that rely from one farming season to the next farming season to survive, you know that their livelihoods have just been crushed overnight, right? And that's how severe this crisis is. And so, no tailored research. Our varieties are still the same old varieties of crops. We do not do any, resistance. There's nothing we're doing to improve. So usually you would have resistant varieties to flooding, to drought. We're still planting the same obsolete seeds. We're still struggling with the same disease, and these diseases continue to evolve and get even worse over time, right? Next slide. Okay, so beyond that infrastructure, I think prior, speakers spoke to this as well. Our rural roads are in poor condition. There's no access to the market. You have shortage of dam and irrigation facilities and infrastructure. You have inadequate storage facilities. So again, beyond even the losses at the farm level, post-harvest, we're losing a ton, about 60% or so of our production we will lose after harvest has happened. Farmers are struggling to sell their produce because, again, nobody is guaranteeing offtake. Right? And then the cycle is just endemic. The poverty keeps recycling over and over again. And so what this means is that investors get disincentivized. Nobody wants to put their money in agriculture. Young people do not want to invest. And so it's really sort of a crisis. And again, largely, and even the most crucial of all is that rural livelihoods continue to get eroded. So every time you go back, farmers are scaling down. So people that used to do 2 hectares are now doing 0.5 hectares. They can't afford to do more than that. That's our food security on the line. That means the more we could consume is getting lesser. And so what's the way out? Are we going to keep importing to fill up these gaps, Next slide. Right. And so beyond all of that, you go and look at the human cost. When I started, I told you about all the job creation and all of the mills and everything we used to have, how that economy used to power the entire revenue of the country. Now we're back to losses across communities. We're back to internally displaced persons because all of these, climate change issues and conflicts are eroding livelihoods. People are having to move. The crisis is now further exacerbating. You have a huge urbanization trend because people are trying to run to urban centers to try to get what's better, and access better livelihoods in urban centers. You have failure. So again, you have obviously that failure that we've created at the rural level means that food security is at stake. It means that there's going to be social unrest because when people do not have resources, they don't have employment, they don't have jobs, they're going to start to cause problems, right? And so this is really something that just tells you that unless this is addressed and fast, these issues we continue to face are going to keep happening. Next slide. Right? And so again, we have about 60% of our population under 25. This is an asset. But unless this asset is used well, it could become a time bomb, because again, with the current underemployment and unemployment, it means that these guys are can easily be recruited by non-state actors to, cause whatever chaos there is. You have, again, because of how agriculture continues to become, representative of drudgery and hardship and all of that, young people do not find it attractive at all, right? And then obviously nobody wants to get into agriculture. Meanwhile, this is a sector that requires all of the skills you have nowadays, all of the digital literacy skills, the innovative skills, engineering skills. These are all skills that lend themselves very well to agribusiness today in other countries. But these are skills that we're not even tapping into, and agriculture for us, for our youth, continues to look like simply the hoe and the machetes and all of those sorts of things and all the drudgery under the sun. That's what agriculture continues to represent, because we've not done anything to transform it and make it better. Next slide. Okay, so again, this just speaks to examples that we can tap in. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are certain examples of countries that have similar demographics like ourselves and what they've been able to do with their own agricultural section. So Vietnam, for example, that used to be under war, used to be very food insecure, is now a global rice export powerhouse. In fact, I think they export to us, even though we can export to them too, but these countries are producing surplus so much so that they are now exporting to other countries. They've converted their systems, they've addressed post-harvest losses by processing, they've targeted trace facilitation, and have captured export demand significantly too. You have Morocco, so Morocco just nearby here has started to add value. These are things they've done to transform what agriculture is contributing to their GDP, to their forex earnings. Bangladesh, as you know, again, a lot of people, but they've combined research. So you have improved varieties, you have flood-resistant varieties, even though they have environmental issues. They've sort of used research to sort of, improve varieties and planting systems and production systems to address and mitigate those environmental issues that they've had. And then the last one is Brazil. So Brazil, again, tons of improved seed varieties, tons of fertility, improvement, soil augmentation, and all of those sorts of things have been used to leverage and improve their agricultural condition. Again, those countries are now exporting and, are part of leading global exporters of food across the entire world. What is stopping Nigeria from, ranking amongst these guys? Next slide. Okay. Yeah, so Egypt as well, one of those. So a lot of this backward integration. And so if you look at it, a common feature across all of these cases is that they had deliberate government policy that was consistent. They had massive irrigation and infrastructure. So what you currently have in Nigeria is that we're heavily reliant on one farming season. We have to wait for the rainy season to come. Other people are they're farming 3-4 times in a year because they've leveraged infrastructure to build irrigation and to support farming of multiple crop cycles in a year. You have that inclusive approach. So everybody is involved. Smallholder farmers, rural communities, everybody is tapped into the agricultural ecosystem and is supported. Unlike what we have here where there's that breakage, there's a fragmented value chain where the support that the rural community requires to produce the food that we need is not readily available. Next slide. Yeah, and so to reverse the trajectory, I'm not going to speak much there because I believe the panel should address a lot of this, but next slide. Okay, so yes, very simply, we need to do something about irrigation. It's no longer acceptable that we still are struggling with the current lack of irrigation, about 2% irrigation potential tapped at the moment. That's unacceptable. We need to backward integrate, and this is very specific because you can't have anything that ignores the rural production, that ignores smallholder production and succeeds wherever you go. Wherever you go, you'll see that they find a way to make sure the rural community plays a central role in food production. You support them, you backward integrate, you bring all the necessary resources, all the necessary research and knowledge, do everything to make sure you carry them along. That's the only way in the long term that food production can be sustainable. And then obviously we need to address all the insecurity. So again, different security challenges require different tailored approach. So wherever it is where we need to build peace, where we need to resolve conflicts, at times these conflicts are not as big as they are, but because we refuse to nip it in the bud, they exacerbate, they become bigger than what they should be, and then we're where we are today. Next slide. Yeah, private sector engagement. So again, private sector, as you know, is incentivized because it's business. So there's going to be an incentive to keep investing. There's going to be an incentive to keep putting in funds where something is profitable. But unless the environment is enabling for them, that's not something that's going to readily happen. And then women and youth engagement. So everywhere you go, you see that women constitute about 50% of the population. Agriculture must deliberately bring in women and get them all the resources they need to also produce the food that we require. Young people, very smart, as you know, we have a ton of them. We need to also deliberately find a way for young people to get all the resources they need, you know, to support our food security. And then obviously stakeholders, everybody here today is a stakeholder outside of here. Food is what we all consume. And so there's always a way to play a role in ensuring that our food security is not something we outsource. You know, it's a component of national security, and we can't afford to rely on, you know, very volatile, disruptive systems globally to give us food to consume. Next slide. Okay, so yeah, finally, as you know, agriculture, like I started, was the foundation upon which this country was built. And so we did not used to measure our wealth by crude oil barrels. It used to be by the pyramids, the groundnut pyramids in the north. That was how powerful of a symbol agriculture used to represent for this country. And so now it's not a factor of can we get back there, it's about what made us shift, what made us leave a very promising, you know, proven path to collective growth, what made us leave that path, you know, for oil, that's again, is not as stable as it should be, and we're back to a very monocentric economy. So what would it take for us to go back and take agriculture as serious? Again, we can't outsource, like I said, our food security is a component of our national security. What would it take for us to take food security seriously? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Habiba. That was quite enriching. We have just 30 minutes to go. So I think Habiba's presentation has sort of set the scene, especially. So we will now take it from that point and go across the panels. So I will not be introducing you. Take a few seconds to introduce yourselves when I ask you the question, and then tell us what you think. You know, some of these issues that affect agriculture, you know, can be reversed in Nigeria. Starting with you, Alhaji Aminu. So Habiba's presentation was quite clear. You know, food importation is actually a threat to our food security. So in your view, what do we need to do now to reverse the trend? Now think across all the spectrum to, instead of becoming a net importer, become a next exporter of agricultural products. What do you think?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Aminu Murtala Nyako. I'm the managing director of Sheboe Farms, located in Adamawa State, Mahabalwa. And what we're known for is dairy processing, mangoes for export, and farming extension. As regards your question, I'm glad this music has dropped. Somebody can think now. As regards your question, for me, it's really important at the very basis of what we're doing here today to understand why do we want to actually industrialize northern Nigeria. I think going through the presentations today, we are talking about things that are very, very technical. But I think the vision is important. Why do we actually want to do this? If you consider that northern Nigeria is 70% of Nigeria's landmass, but also houses 87% of poor Nigerians. It tells you that there is a really deep underlying issue and that needs to be tackled at its base. Everything else that has been discussed today are things that are just layers of the problem. So if you speak about electricity, if you do not tie it to how you actually develop the people, develop the income, then you're speaking about tariff band A, band B, band C. Nobody can afford any of the bands. And if you cannot afford any of the bands, all the technical points that you're mentioning doesn't actually land in the rural areas. I appreciate the fact that when we're discussing, the guys discussing the electricity mentioned that you needed to have a diversified way of looking at it, off-grid systems versus grid systems, renewable systems versus traditional systems, you actually need to go back and realize, why do we want to do this? When we were exporting in the 60s, we had organized offtake. The British were our offtaker. So we were producing and they were buying and we were earning forex. But a lot of times when we sit down and just say it was oil that made us not export, I think we have found a way of making that become just an easy route out. When the British were here, our railways were working. And you could move product from Gombe, or even some parts of Borno, all the way to Lagos overnight. You can't try that today. And if you cannot try that today, your cost of production changes. We need to understand that a lot of the things that we're mentioning now, the population back then was 45 million. We're producing with Patania and the rest, as you mentioned. Now we're 220 million. The same land being cultivated, the same techniques being used, and you're expecting to not only feed the population, but to also export. It's not possible. When you sit down and look at your regulatory framework, you would have NAFDAC coming to our farm to harass us for NAFDAC. Fine, but NAFDAC is not recognized in London. The certifications for export are completely different from the certifications within Nigeria. There are too many things that are underlying, and unless, I haven't spoken this year, most people know. And I think one of the reasons I came here was I had to honor that it was a Northern Elders Forum that are calling us to talk as professionals within the system. We need to understand that every single state in northern Nigeria has a comparative advantage in agriculture. Some states can do gum arabic, some states can do sesame, some states can do hibiscus, and all the other things. It's not that our farmers are not cultivating, but they are not actually deriving the value, the complete value for what they are producing. I'll give you some context. When you want to buy watermelon that you find on the street in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, you find them in Fufore and Co. You price one watermelon at maybe 2,000 naira. I lived in the United States. One full watermelon is $15. $15, na Allah da Anabi, Yanzu, is almost 25,000 naira. Why are we still eating watermelon in this country? We should pack everything, export, and get FX. You can go across the line with all these commodities, and you realize that it is not that our people are not producing it. We are actually not getting the value that comes with it. If my younger brother exports snail, 3 snails, 4,005, he exports them to the UK, and he makes 22,000 naira for 3 snails. Why are we eating snail? The honest truth is, if you look at all these value chains, you realize that there is enormous opportunity. But for you to do export, there are things that are important. You need electricity so that you can process and store. You need education so that you can understand how you meet the standards of global standards. Forget our local standards. Meet global standards. And then finally, we need we need to come together to be able to produce enough that can export. When you're exporting, they tell you you want 20 tons. It's not that we're not producing, but you need to be able to produce 20 tons 20 times for you to be able to make that export order. We are producing, our farmers want to be in the value chain, but I think we have taken capitalism to the extreme, where I, in the state, am competing with my brother when I should be competing against countries outside of Nigeria. You see, and just to round up, because I know we don't have time, what I'm saying here is not rocket science. This is what Sebore Farms has done. In the last 4 years, we started out with 500 farmers in Adamawa State. We're at 22,000 farmers right now. And every farm, every Fulani community has a collection center that we in Sebore have invested in. Because of the electricity challenges, all our collection centers are on solar and battery. We're not thinking about light. And then all we told these farmers is, look, even if Nigeria collects loan today, 100 billion, we will dash 50 billion to Lagos. We will dash another 20 to Abuja. We will dash Kano, Port Harcourt, we will dash Sokoto if you like. You might expect only 2 million will come into Adamawa. In that 2 million, maybe 1 will stay in Yola. Before it gets to Mabalwa, it's a peanuts, you are hungry. But you have cows, they can give milk. The milk can be taken to Sebore and processed into yogurt, butter, cheese, ice cream, and ghee. For God's sakes, we are importing 98% of our protein milk demand in the country. But we also have cows everywhere. Just educating these local farmers that you think are uneducated and telling them, look, as a community, come together, we'll provide the infrastructure. We don't want anybody in Adamawa thinking they want to open yogurt factory. Sebore Farms has built a factory that can process all the milk in the Northeast. So everybody needs to focus on production and standards. We've taught these farmers, and I tell you, as at right now, the lowest earning farmer in my program earns 450,000 naira a month. Yeah. I stopped talking because a lot of times these things are not taken up the way they should take. We are seeing poverty levels rise. We are seeing, because of these poverty levels, insecurity is rising. But we have all the tools available to us to be able to change the fortunes of millions of youth and young people in Arewa. Yeah. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aminu. So proceeding swiftly, Mr. Usman Ali, please introduce yourself in a few seconds. And the question we want you to address now, taking a cue from Aminu's points, talking about for us to become as industrialized as we need to target the export market, infrastructure, standards, education, and the likes are important. So what I want you to speak on now is how can we make this happen, specifically the government and the private sector coming together to make this work?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Usman Alilon. They call me the farmer in suits. I'm a farmer. The aspect of farming that I love the most is actually the work that we do with smallholder farmers. Since we started in 2013, our key focus has been trying to see how we can help the smallholder farmers to increase productivity and improve their livelihoods. That way we're able to provide them with good employment opportunities, but also that improves the other areas of their lives. Going to your question, I have also worked with some of the private sector companies, and I know what aggregator models can do for smallholder farmers. Over the last 6 years, we have worked with some major private sector firms and have aggregated around 27,000 smallholder farmers across 15 states in northern Nigeria, including Borno, Sokoto, Kebbi, and Nasarawa. Now, the key thing is there's a lot of issues here. Most of the government programs doesn't actually, in my opinion, go to where it's supposed to go to. So it ends up in the hands of politicians and government agencies. In most cases, these supports doesn't get to the actual farmers that need them. Of course, it's true, we're all farmers at heart. Virtually every Nigerian is a farmer. But when you go to the streets, like to the rural areas, you get to meet the actual farmers. They don't even know that these programs exist. What do I think? I think that it will be best if the government is able to leverage the opportunity that some of these private sector companies have created. Some of the grower programs that are actually working. I mean, he just said now he's working with 22,000 smallholder farmers in Adamawa State alone. I am aware that Wakot is working with around 7,000 smallholder farmers in Adamawa and Jigawa. We are working with around 3,500 farmers in Nasarawa State. Red Son, how many are you working with in Nasarawa State? Yeah, but how much support have you received in the last 7 years? So that's the key problem. The government policies need to target the people who actually provide the support that is needed to the actual farmers. I mean, anybody can grow up a huge list of people, but are they actually on the field? Habib was saying earlier that the cost of production has actually increased threefold. To farm a hectare of rice today, you need to spend around 700 to 800,000 naira, depending on your location. What you make is probably around 4 tons. In very good areas, you do about 5.5 tons. How much is a ton of rice today? It's probably around 350,000 naira, 400,000 naira. A ton of corn today is 170,000 naira. Today, as I speak to you. Yet it costs you upwards of 400,000 naira to grow a hectare of corn. Why is the price in the market so poor when you're spending so much money investing in the soil? Plus, I mean, when they tell you that the average productivity is around 7 tons per hectare for corn, I promise you most of that is coming from research plots. If you are on the field, you know that the exceptional farmers are only able to do between 3 tons to 3.5 tons per hectare. Most of this research that is done on control fields is never commercialized. When you take the average, the normal average rural farmer in Nigeria is not able to do 10 bags of corn per hectare. Now he is spending about 400,000 to make less than 300,000 naira. That's not sustainable. If you look at the numbers, the US Department of Agriculture this year alone spends upward of $10 billion to subsidize smallholder farmers directly. I mean, it's relative if you say smallholder farmer in the US. That's probably, you're talking 600 acres. That's a smallholder farmer. In Nigeria, the average holding is around 1 to 2, maybe 1.5 hectares per smallholder farmer. In a sharp contrast, in Nigeria today, this year alone, the government has spent more than $10 billion importing food. I'm not talking about cash crop. I mean, I am happy you can do your hibiscus, you can do your sesame, you can do all of that. But what happens to the corn? What happens to the rice? Where are we going to get all of that from? So you're importing cheap food that's been heavily subsidized by Western governments to kill the average smallholder farmer who is struggling to make ends meet. I know for a fact from what we see on the field that this year, the production that we're about to see in Nigeria across all crops is probably going to go down 40%. We don't have all the numbers yet, but it's going to go down 40%. What should we do? Because, I mean, it's been all talk. We should talk about also what we think should be the solution. What do I think we should do? I think that the government needs to own up and have like real political will to be able to take the bull by the horn. We need to look at systems that have worked. We need to look at private sectors that are doing the job. And we need to be able to create synergy between both the research institutes, the private sector, and also the government policy, so that there is an incentive for private sectors, companies, to be able to do more and increase the impact that they are making with smallholder farmers. If you go to Kebbi, for instance, if you see a farmer going to Hajj, I can almost assure you he's a workout farmer. Now you guys need to pay me. No, but I am talking about, like, this is fact. The average smallholder farmer, on the other hand, is not able to do a quarter of the production of what a workout farmer is doing, for instance. So definitely you can see that the outgrower programs is working. In Adamawa, cattle owners that are in his program are earning 450,000 naira per month. Other cattle farmers that are not in his program probably not making up to 50,000 naira. So now we have the evidence that these outgrower programs can work. How can the government incentivize private sector to be able to come together and increase the impact? Should be the question that we're trying to answer. Thank you very much.
Excellent submission, Usman. Thank you. So it's quite clear that the private sector has demonstrated the model that works, right? Redson. So we've been hearing precision agriculture, we've been hearing agri-tech, we've been hearing all sorts of innovative, nomenclature when it comes to innovations in agriculture. How do we translate that into actual outputs for farmers on the ground to improve our agricultural products?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Redson Tereke. I'm the managing partner of NFGCS Farm Estates, Gati, Kokona local government area of Nasarawa State. I'm close door neighbor to the governor. It's unfortunate you are asking me this question. I use the word unfortunate because it really is. I was telling someone while I was sitting here earlier that when we have conversation about agriculture in Nigeria, we have the wrong conversation about agri. And Soberi is very correct. You're talking about precision agriculture when 90% of the farmers don't even know how a tractor operates. What is precision going to do? Why are you talking about AI when you have not mastered the very basic act of agriculture? Guy, now which win should you shop? Sorry, I go between when I speak. You say the biggest problem in the North is that our governor's priorities are wrong. Very wrong. And until we keep reminding them their priorities are wrong, we're never going to solve the problem. The North does not have an insecurity problem. We have an economic problem. Context is key. So let me break down the context for everybody seated here. The governor of Katsina State, in one of his conferences was complaining that imagine the bandits pay these people 500 naira a day to carry gun and take tramadol. And I said, Governor, I beat the bandits, set up farm estate in your local government, and pay the farmers 1,500. Why would they have a need? Why would they have a need to go for 500 with tramadol rather than going for 2,000 naira a day and working in the farm where they have economic security? That's exactly what I did in Nasarawa State. Right? I'm an honorable man from Delta State, for goodness sake. I'm an ex-minister from the Niger Delta. And I have one of the largest community farm projects in Nigeria today. I started 2017. Now, when we got to the community, we had about 70 Fulani communities sitting on about 1,000 hectares. We sat down with all the Fulani communities, and we sat down with all the Christian communities and all the Hausa communities. I said, guys, sit down. Forget the fight when you fight. If you like fight from now to next year, they will pay you chichi. Now die, you're going to die through it. But if we create a farm project here, where your people are employed, where your economy is secured, you would not need to fight. You will not think about your religion, you think about your economy, because a man that is economically secured is not religiously inclined. That's why the West are not religious. And a man who is economically secure is actually more closer to God, because then he values what God has done for him with the economy. And so we put to practice what we were saying. Too many governors sit down in front of you and tell you 5 billion for agriculture. What is the average budget of agriculture in all of your northern states? It's next to zero. How many tractors do you have? 250 million Nigerians. How many of you talk about 70% of them in the north? Do you have up to 2,000 tractors in the north? Governors can look at tractor as an industry and invest in it, but the challenge is that too many of our governors have the miracle mindset and the miracle concept. You want to do project that can only last for 4 or 5 years? All the gum Arabic trees that most of us are harvesting were planted by your forefathers, your grandfathers. What have you planted? So leave precision agriculture. Look, do you know that if we in the north set up mini factories that are only producing cutlass in the north for farming, do you know how many billions of naira you will generate from just the production of cutlass? Have you mastered the micro component of agriculture? Have you mastered it? Sorry, did the Asians chase big tractors when they wanted to grow the agricultural sector? No. Today, The Asians are so productive. China does not import rice. If China is importing rice, they're only importing expensive rice for the elites. So think of your local economy first. Think of your rural people first. Grow the local economy, create a stable factor. I brought electricity to my farm in Gate, 250 million naira. I built a dam, 75 million naira. I built a road that will go to my farm, about 10, 20 million. Now think, I provide the security, I write to the Nigerian police to give me security, right? I still provide the security. So every factor of production is being handled by the private man. How do you expect that private man to pull most of this repo out of poverty? If government decide to invest and support the private sector, then we can partner with the government to do what? To grow the economy at the rural level and then create opportunities. Because northern Nigeria is a gold mine. It's a quagmire. It's a landmine currently because we have not focused on what works for us. And until we do that, we are not ready to get serious with regards to focus. Thank you. So leave the AI. Focus on what you can do.
Thank you very much. That was quite eye-opening. And I must say, judging from the applauses, a lot of people quite agree. Now, Mr. Joel, despite Dereke's advice that we should leave AI and leave other stuff, technology is still here to stay nonetheless, right? So I would want you to tell us from your perspective now, how the agri sector can leverage technology, especially when we talk about access to finance. I know Wakot and a few other examples, Sebori, are probably using a whole lot of tech to deliver value to their farmers as well. Talk to us about what you think should be the future of technology, agriculture, and especially as it relates to access to finance.
Thank you so much. My name is Joel Popola, and I'm the chair of the UK Institute of Directors Africa Group. One of my mandates is to facilitate British businesses across the 54 countries in the continent. I work closely with all African diplomatic missions and their trade desk in London to understand the trade and investment need of each of the country and distill that to over 25,000 business leaders in the membership of the Institute of Directors. On the other side, I sit as a managing director of Ancora Advisory, that is a business advisory in the US. We help businesses with geopolitics, corporate diplomacy, which is, I will talk a bit about that, non-market strategy, we consult for government. And one of the interesting things is what you spoke about when Kenya approached me at the visit of the Trade and Investment Minister, they call them Secretary of State for Trade and Investment, at the Commonwealth House building in Palmore. And the conversation was around avocado after we paid a courtesy visit to the embassy. That 90% of avocado that are produced in Kenya got wasted every year. That is not far-fetched from what is happening in Nigeria on mango, on tomato, on pepper, and what can we do to help the Kenyans on this problem? 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, I was back at the Kenya High Commission because we were able to create a market for Kenya avocado, not the seed. The seeded avocado, you cut, you pressurized, you put it in freezer, frozen, and export to the US market. That is the way technology can start working to fix things in Nigeria. Nigeria likes sophistication. When thing is not complex, Nigeria don't believe it. It must be hard. If it is not hard, Nigeria will not even, they don't want to touch it. If it's too simple, they will first of all move back and say, are you serious? 3 nails for 20,000, 22 pounds? It can never happen, they don't believe it. But the truth about it is, in my role, I visited Ethiopia at the request of the Ethiopia Embassy in London because Ethiopia discovered that, despite that Ethiopia is the origin of coffee, they discovered that they are fourth in terms of exportation of the coffee globally. They are after Brazil, after Colombia, I think there is Venezuela, then we have Ethiopia. In fact, Uganda is almost beating Ethiopia to it. In 4 months, we created a coffee market for Ethiopia worth over $700 million US. That is what we can do for Nigeria. I was asking, when I was having a briefing on Saturday, I came in on Saturday afternoon. I was having a briefing for some members of the Elders Forum. And I was asking them that we have cocoa in Nigeria. If I use cocoa in Nigeria to manufacture chocolate in Nigeria, and my brother, the same cocoa, he exported his own, he has a factory in Switzerland. He manufactures his own chocolate in Switzerland. And he wants to sell into an international market. I want to sell to an international market. Who is going to sell at a premium? Of course, he is going to sell at a premium. Now, we are having a conversation with Ghana, with their cocoa, because the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are visiting them in November, and also in February. Riyadh in November, Medina in February. What do they want to do? They don't have cocoa, but Ghana has cocoa. But they want to create what we call chocolate clusters in the Middle East, so that whenever you travel to Riyadh or you travel to Mecca, if you get to any hotel or you are on a flight to Medina, you must taste a chocolate that is produced on the soil of the kingdom. Small chocolate, not chocolate bar, it's going to be a small one that you can just pop into your mouth and you can see that across the supply chain. That is what we can do for Nigeria. We want commodities from northern Nigeria that we can create market for, because when you look at the entire supply chain, farmers are the most oppressed. People that are making a lot of money in agriculture are the supermarkets. But what are the supermarkets doing in terms of research and development? And that is the area where the government and our university comes in. The success of UK depends on only one thing. That is the university. There is hardly any meaningful company in UK today, including hospitality, that don't have a research connection with a university in the UK. AstraZeneca produced vaccine, COVID vaccine. People think AstraZeneca and Oxford came together just from the blue to produce COVID vaccine. AstraZeneca is like a department of pharmacy to the University of Oxford, Imperial College, and Cambridge. We have so much research institutes that are dead today. What our companies and industry are doing to partner with the university to be the research center for them, then they can demand results. If I have a farm and I give money to the University of Maiduguri, do this research for me, at the end of the year, I want to do the result of my research. And that is how we can build northern Nigeria. To the glory of God, we can't fix Nigeria without fixing northern Nigeria. Outside Nigeria, northern Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. Modern Nigeria is 160 million population. Ethiopia, the second biggest country in Africa, is 130, 120. In terms of prosperity, unless northern Nigeria prosper, Africa is going nowhere. If South Africa were to fix Africa, then South Africa is fixed. Africa has not been fixed. Egypt is fixed. Africa has not been fixed. We perceive Lagos has been fixed, but Lagos has not rubbed off on Nigeria. But that's it today. If northern Nigeria is fixed today, Nigeria is fixed, Africa is fixed. The prosperity of Africa depends 100% on northern Nigeria. And we can get this done. The only thing we need, which I have seen when I was having a Zoom meeting with some members of the Northern Nigeria Forum, is the passion. And I can tell you, there is nothing that can stand away a passionate man. I can see passion, I can see a sense of responsibility that we don't want to leave behind for our children. This Nigeria that we are seeing, you can see that from the Northern Nigeria that it is a new dawn. And we are ready at the Institute of Directors to support. It's not enough to bring Mark Zuckerberg to Lagos. It is better to bring him to Yobe. Because business is about perception. it's not enough for Bill Gates to be in Lagos and Abuja. It should be in Katsina. It should be in Adamawa. If these global citizens visit some part of northern Nigeria, I can bet you businesses will move. You will see the new businesses moving. The Lord Mayor of London was in Lagos this year. The Prime Minister Trade Enforce was in Abuja. He was in Lagos this year. And I said, were you in Yobe? Were you in Nasarawa? He said, Joe, no, I wasn't there. I said, well, why are you not there? But we are going to ensure we will bring trade missions to core northern Nigeria. Trade mission from the UK, trade mission from Japan. I was telling Alaji Diko this morning about one of the strategies that Saudi is using to create businesses in the kingdom. You'll be surprised that Saudi Arabia still has strategy to bring businesses to the kingdom. It's the fact that when they bought Newcastle Football Club, they created Saudi business link in Newcastle with only one mandate: get all Western businesses to Saudi and take all Saudi businesses to the Western country. This is what we can do. And on corporate diplomacy, Northern Nigeria can chart its own path. Yeah. You don't need to wait for Nigeria to deploy your own corporate diplomacy. We have all the embassies of the countries in Abuja here. We need to get licenses or regulation or anything. Please, let's deploy our own corporate diplomacy within Northern Nigeria to get this thing done. Yes. And those areas we are going to work together with the Northern Nigeria to ensure that by the time we are gathering together next year, we have concrete achievements that we can showcase that these are the champions of the first summit that we are holding here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, some very, very powerful points being put out. I would love for us to take note. So to close this session, Habiba, you've heard the conversations, the passionate deliveries on there. Yet, as you mentioned in your presentation, we are still importing food. So a last word from you. What should we do, starting from northern Nigeria, to combat this fully?
Okay, yes. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Jafar. So, you know, I mean, I was listening to them. I didn't want them to stop talking because, again, it really gives you hope that people are doing so much in that space, right? And there's so much potential. There's so much hope that it's not all bad and that things can change, you know. And so to speak to imports, obviously, as you know, it's a short relief. It's a short-term relief. It's not long-term, you know. And so just like how you're taking your paracetamol for a migraine, it's going to come back. And you know it will come back. You can't outsource food security. It's not sustainable. And one thing I'd like to allude to is, again, not very long ago, we had COVID, right? And during COVID, countries that we used to import from were closing their borders and say, you know, we're not going to send out food because we need to protect our own people. We need to feed our own people. It was the same for pharmaceuticals. I don't know if you guys remember how Africa was struggling to even get the vaccines. They didn't want to share the formula. They didn't want to share, you know, even the vaccines with us. Even masks. Because we're not manufacturing locally. Yeah. So the question is, for how long will we continue to rely on other people to solve our own problems for us, especially food? And like I said earlier, food is a component of national security. It means that if you're not food secure, you really are vulnerable to anything. You're vulnerable, right? And so again, we have the young people, we have the land, we have, I mean, if you go and look at all the potential, I'm trying to do a new project for sesame in Kebbi. You know, Jigawa is the major sesame hub and Benue. But I'm trying to do in Kebbi, and I was just asking, you know, are there areas where sesame can grow? And they sent me pictures and said, oh, you know, some people just threw sesame here and it started to sprout. They came back 1 year later, it grew again. They didn't do anything. That's how fertile, that's how much potential we have. What are we doing to support these people to produce? How much are we doing to enable for financing to happen? And so again, to come back to what do we need to do? It's not enough. And like, I love how Tedson was speaking to, we can't be talking about AI. We can't be talking about drones. I'm sorry, and I know those things are very fancy and good, but right now, it's about what is practicable. Again, we can't even be talking about tractors. And I'm sorry again, we need to talk about planters. Who's going to fuel the tractors? Who's going to buy the fuel to power the tractors? If it breaks down, where's the maintenance going to come from? And so you have states that will tell you there are graveyards of tractors because there are tractors that are just parked. They broke down, nobody knew what to do. And every year, new governors are buying new tractors. So the question is, when are we going to go back and speak to farmers that are farming and say, come, what do you guys actually need? You know, what are we doing to say, come, this problem you're facing with this new disease, this is the solution for this problem? Why are we leaving them to themselves? Because again, we continue to, someone mentioned supermarkets. I think we're very far removed from the realities on the ground, that we think that our food is just popping out of the air. It's not coming from toil and labor. What are we doing to even ease the drudgery on the farm? And it doesn't take a lot. You know, I was in Japan quite recently and I was asking them what constitutes the majority of your rice production. They say it's still very much smallholder farmers. Very much so, 1 hectare, 2 hectares per person, and that's what's feeding. That's what they are exporting.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a question of how are we structuring these farmers and clustering them so that they are powerful enough to also demand fair pricing for their produce. Like Aminu was saying, it's because they don't know better. They don't have access to the knowledge. They don't know they can actually get fair pricing. And so you have middlemen that are continuing to undercut and shortchange our smallholder farmers because we refuse to support for that networking and strengthening of that cooperative structure at that level. And so very simply, we don't have to be very ambitious overnight. Again, in terms of can we leapfrog? Yes, we can adapt. We can, build in resilience as we go. There's a lot of climate change, climate smart things we can embed as we continue to produce. However, we can't just start telling people, come and get 10,000 hectares, 20,000 hectares to produce when there are communities that have been on that land for decades and centuries. What are we doing to say, whatever you're doing on 1 hectare, can I help you to scale it to 2 hectares? And that's where I think private sector comes in, that because we're there for the long term, we sort of can't play that role of making sure we backward integrate sustainably. We can bring in the knowledge, we can bring in the resources, the financing, the infrastructure to make sure that the fragmented value chains are strengthened, and then it starts to make sense. And then when you start to have surplus production, it means that value addition can start to happen. It means that storage will scale. It means that trade beyond local production, people can start to say, oh, I've fed my local community, can I start selling outside? And then exports start to make sense. And as we're doing this, like the prior speaker mentioned, we're building in standards. We're making sure that production is happening according to global standards so that whenever we're ready to export, is a free flow market for us. And if you come back and look at again, where we currently are struggling, even in exports, one thing is that a lot of our exports are starting to dwindle because there's contamination. So countries are starting to even reject what we're exporting to them because we're not paying attention to the aflatoxins, to the chemical residue levels in the crops that we're producing. Nobody's informing the farmers. We just keep complaining and saying, oh, this country rejected our cowpea, they rejected our sesame. Who's going to train and tell farmers, look, you don't have to use this much chemicals? So to be honest, we have to take up the responsibility because food security is not again something we can outsource, we can import to feed ourselves for the longer term. Again, we can do it now for relief purposes, but in the long term, we're going to run out of the money because you can't import to eat. If you're importing raw materials, it's a different thing altogether. But food is not something you can import to be secure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists. Given that this is a very important topic for Northern Nigeria, I would please ask permission, Your Excellencies, for 2 questions. If anyone in the audience, I see one. Can I get a lady if possible? No lady? Okay. We have one lady, fine. So please, quickly, let's start with you, sir. Quickly, your question, and if you can be specific to who you're directing it to. Is there a mic we can... Perhaps just scream out your question. Okay? You can join him close once he asks his question too. You can get...
Yes. My name is Totseid. I'm the DG of Benue Chamber of Commerce. I am so happy that we are talking about a solution today to agri-industrialization and commercialization. This has been, like the lady first said, my question is, I think what we need to do is, what mechanism shall we do? A mechanism that will put processing industry at the center. Then aggregate farmers onto the center and put forward a system for farming knowledge and a trade house and maybe a fintech, so that the rural farmers may also have a way of managing their funds. That is what that's my question.
Okay, thank you very much.
In
Can we
terms
have the
of
next
question,
question?
if question is what you want.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Can we have the next question, please?
Yeah. You want to ask your question?
Yes.
Yes, please. Your name and the question.
Thank you so much. The Northern Youth, I want to really appreciate you people for this summit. It's a good one. My name is Ade Adedeji. Okay, sir, but they are your kids, so they are following you. The Northern leaders. I want to ask my sister there that what about clustering these women farmers together so that they can work in essence? Then this farm holder, 1 hectare one, is not yielding enough. The fertilizer price is high. What can we support them? Then how can they work as a cluster together?
Okay, good evening, everyone. Abubakar Said Dasado is my name. My question goes to the panelists on this issue of importation and balancing between the price of produce and the cost of production. I think that was the question you were asked. I think we need to come up with a clear solution. If federal government is importing and is affecting the cost of produce, where it's even below the cost of production in the country, what should we do as farmers? That is the question that I want you to ask. And again, I think I have my own thinking in line to this. This is the northern issue. Our northern governors should learn from what has been done as far back as in 1970. The north should understand what is our competitive advantage. Our competitive advantage in Nigeria as northerners is agriculture. Yobe State is the largest producer of livestock in Nigeria. In Yako, I don't know if I'm right. Yobe State, ladies and gentlemen, there is no standard abattoir in Yobe State. We put our cows in trailers from Yobe down to Lagos. Anybody who has an organic fertilizer blending plant in Nigeria will go to Lagos and buy blood meal. In Yako, I guess people are coming to you to buy blood meal for organic production because we don't do value addition. The problem of northern Nigeria is we are not deliberate with agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there are 3 sets of questions. Right?
Okay, sorry. With regards to the issue of aggregating farmers, you see, one of the biggest failures of the Nigerian agricultural space is inconsistent policy. The Anchor Borrowers Program addressed the issue of aggregation. It is when you think that a program is corrupt, you kill it, you actually end up killing the entire process. The essence of a prime anchor, is to aggregate around a productive source. So Bere is a prime anchor. You can put 200,000 cattle farmers around Suberi. That is a Ruga. I am a Ruga. People are afraid of the word Ruga. My farm estate is a Ruga. It's a farm estate. I don't like the Israelis, sorry. But the Israeli kibbutz is one of the model of development that succeeded in building fantastic agricultural projects in Israel. The Asian farm villages were the source of growth of the Asian agricultural structure. Come to Gati. We're developing the second largest grape farm project in Nigeria outside Kaduna. In fact, the grapevine project in Kaduna were in the farm last week so that we can make Nasarawa the largest grape producing state in Nigeria. And grape can become a major source of revenue, export for Nasarawa state. And so what we then become is a prime anchor. Go back to the Anchor Borrowers Program. Fix the inconsistency in that program. Fix the corruption in that program. And then use that same model to mobilize rural farmers that are attached to what? The prime anchor. Once you do that, you solve the problem of materials, you solve the problem of tractors. A prime anchor can have 10 tractors, and those 10 tractors can serve 10,000 farmers. And the manufacturing and repairs are there. There's a clinic in my farm, there's a fabrication point in the farm, there are rice mills in the farm. Every input, everything the farmer needs to be able to harness and add value is right there in the farm estate. So what are you needing a new framework for in the North, when the North already has the foundation? What was the essence of Sir Ahmad Bello's regionalization agenda? What was their one-on-one cooperatives all about? We have the solution, I've discarded it, we're going to go back to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Abi, we want to take the question on women, clustering the women, please.
Use your mic. Yeah, so yes, you know, to the questioner that asked about, so that's what we do. So currently, TGI works with about 60,000 smallholder farmers across multiple value chains. And what we do is via outgrowers. So we do not commercially farm. And the idea is that wherever we have a factory, we work with host communities and smallholder farmers. So Kebbi, where we do rice processing, we work with rice outgrower farmers in Kebbi. So Kebbi, we work with over 10,000 smallholder farmers that we provide agri-input financing, extension services, capacity building, and then we guarantee offtake, which is just like what Redson was talking about, right? Again, it was built from that model of the Anchor Borrowers program, that you can actually you can source from host communities, but you need to improve. So again, because you're the anchor, you need to support the optimization of their produce, you need to ensure that the quality is more productive, and you guarantee markets, which is what tackles that problem of unfair pricing, of market linkages, and all those sorts of issues that they are faced with, right? And then on the imports question, very quickly, so what usually happens is all the countries who are importing from are heavily subsidized. Their farmers are heavily subsidized. Some of them get free fertilizers, they get free everything from the government. And then our farmers here are struggling. And so obviously cost of production cannot be the same, right? And so those guys will produce surplus and are looking for where to dump their excess. That's typically what's happening. That they have a lot, they fed themselves, they're looking for where to sell their excess. We're here, and then our own systems are still struggling. And just to start with, it takes time, as you know. If you're starting production today on just 1 hectare, your price is going to be a certain price. But as you expand, it's going to keep coming down because there's surplus, there's more, right? So that's where we're getting to. That when you get to self-sufficiency, excess can go to export. You can then add value, you can do whatever it is. But that's really what what it is. That those guys that were importing from have it really cheap over there because irrigation is subsidized, fertilizers are subsidized, the government guarantees markets and all those sorts of things. Another thing I wanted to touch on was also market stabilization. So what you'd have is when they bring those produce or those products from outside of the country, they're naturally going to be cheaper. How you can stabilize here, and so people start to say, oh, but our farmers, they don't want to sell cheap. But how are they going to sell cheap when their cost of production, they can't even recover it in one farming season, right? And so the question is, what is the government doing to have strategic reserves? Usually what happens is when you have buffers, you have strategic reserves. When it's time for harvest, you can actually buy off from farmers at minimum pricing. So what this does is all the farmers know that somebody is going to buy off their produce. And then when there's high pricing in the market, you can actually inject into the market to stabilize pricing. So that's really where government has to play a role to ensure that we're not compromising, our rural producers just to meet, the needs of urban consumers, because that's what we're doing. All of the imports we're doing is only feeding urban markets. It's not going to the rural markets, right? And so the question is, how do we ensure that we're not just feeding urban centers at the expense of rural production? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the key takeaway here at the end of the day is the solution lies with the private sector. And the government needs to invest and work with the private sector to unlock the huge potentials of the agricultural sector. I would like to thank our panelists for a wonderful conversation, and you, the audience, for listening quite intently. The conversation continues, and we hope that this is the beginning of key steps to industrializing northern Nigeria for the benefit of not just the northern farmer, but every Nigerian as a whole. Thank you very much, and good evening.
At this point, I think the panelists and the moderator should please stand for photo opportunity. Hello, moderator. Some photo opportunity, please. Thank you. Please put your hands together for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. the yes, Professor Shenny. Yes, he's right, exactly. Professor Shenny, the Director General of the Northern Elders Forum, will put us through what to expect tomorrow and how it will all start. Professor Shenny, please put your hands together for Professor Shenny.
Good evening. First of all, I need to thank you so much for the time you've taken to spend till this moment. We've come to the end of today's program, and we are going to start 10 a.m. tomorrow. But this evening, we have a welcome cocktail for you. So it's not a meal, it's not a dinner, it's a cocktail, just so that you drink and meet one another just before you go to your hotels. Then you come back 8:30, finish your registration. 10 o'clock, I have confirmation from our former speaker, and then you saw Bukola Saraki, former Senate President and former Speaker. They will be here 10:15 to talk to us about how to invest, how to en masse, make it easy for the North to do. They've confirmed, yes. They were talking about unlocking the potentials of northern Nigeria in mining, agriculture, and power. So please, let's listen to them. They are people who own farms, and they also probably own mines. So let's listen to that. Please relax, enjoy yourself. In the morning, just before we start, I will recap everything we achieved today. So when we come at 10, I will be here and I will give you a wrap-up of what our achievement has been today. At the end of tomorrow, I will give you a total summary of what we have done. So you go home with something. Thank you, God bless you.
Time and location for the cocktail.
The cocktail starts at 7 p.m. It's just outside here, 7 p.m., please. Thank you.
All right, put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you for today, and let's see you tomorrow by the grace of God. Thank you.